Space Launch System rocket. That's a view of the rocket right there at launchpad 39B, where it will lift off for the agency's Artemis II mission. Now, Artemis II is a test flight. We will be sending our astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon and back. Now we are currently again underway with our propellant loading operations. We are in what is called slow fill for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank and fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank. Now, slow fill refers to slowly loading that propellant. This is done so that teams are monitoring how the hardware is receiving this super cold, hazardous propellant that is being onboarded on the rocket. Following slow fill, that then transitions into fast fill when we start loading that propellant at a much faster rate. So oxygen is currently already in fast fill, and liquid hydrogen will soon follow suit. Now you can see there on your screen on the rocket, you can see maybe some little like checker marks that look to be on the solid rocket boosters. Those are the two nose cone shaped boosters in between on either side of the core stage. Now, what do those black and white checkerboards and squares and circles mean? Well, these are our photogrammetric markings. They serve as imagery references for the engineering photo and video documentation as for the post-flight analysis of how SLS attitude and its position relative to the ground structure during liftoff and ascent performed. So they're not just on there randomly, they do serve a purpose. And it is, again, for all of that post-flight analysis. Now let's take it back over to the firing room. And let's take a look at our launch team. You can see there you have Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She's right now walking around on the first upper level row. She is our Artemis launch director. She's currently wearing a green blazer, and you might see some other folks around the room also wearing green a lot. Why green? Well, at NASA, we love our superstitions and we love our traditions. And for the launch team, green is one of those fun traditions that they like to carry on. Green for them means go, so they wear green for good luck. Now the launch team, they communicate with each other via these communication channels to update how we are in the countdown. I'll be monitoring those loops and I'll report out as each call out is made. The team actually just reported that we have now transitioned from slow fill to fast fill on the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. This means we are now in fast fill for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Now, following fast fill, teams will then transition into what is called topping. Topping just refers to finishing up the last little bit that is needed to get to 100% level on both tanks. Once we finish topping, we will then enter what is called replenish mode. And this means that the teams are just constantly replenishing these tanks to maintain 100% flight level. This is done because as the temperatures of these liquid propellants naturally warm up throughout the countdown, they will start venting off into a gas state. And so because of that, the teams want to constantly be replenishing the tanks so that they're not losing any propellant and we're going down from that 100% level. So again, we are now in fast fill for both core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. On the upper stage, meanwhile, we haven't started our propellant loading operations there. I will report out once that process is also underway. Teams will first start with chilling down the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. And because the upper stage is so much smaller than the core stage, it actually gets to skip a step in its propellant loading operations, and it goes straight from chill down to fast fill. And really, this is done again because of the sizes of these tanks. On the core stage, you have the liquid hydrogen tank that fits roughly 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. The liquid oxygen tank, meanwhile, holds roughly 196,000 gallons. In total, that's about 733,000 gallons on the core stage alone. On the upper stage, meanwhile, the total amount of propellant is roughly 24,000 gallons, so significantly smaller. And because of this, they are able to go straight from chill down into fast fill. Now again, we have not started our propellant loading operations on the upper stage, also known as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. I'll report out once that process is underway. But to quickly recap, we are in fast fill for the core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Now, all of these tanks on both the core stage and the upper stage are going to feed the engines underneath those both stages. On the core stage, there are 4 RS-25 engines. You see them there on your screen right there. So both the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen tank, they feed those 4 RS-25 engines that start at roughly T-minus 6.36 seconds until liftoff. That's when they get ready. And then on the upper stage, the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tank feed that one RL-10 engine. Now, combined with the solid rocket boosters, SLS produces roughly 8.8 million pounds of thrust. In total, it is 322 feet tall, taller than the Statue of Liberty. In fact, let's break down the rocket for you a little bit. So up there at the top, we have our Orion spacecraft. Right underneath is actually then what is called the Orion stage adapter. That's when the SLS rocket actually starts. The Orion stage adapter is the smallest portion of the rocket, roughly 5 feet tall. Underneath that is then our upper stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Then you'll see this nose cone orange shape underneath. That's the launch vehicle stage adapter. It's actually enclosing part of that upper stage for protection. Underneath the cone-shaped structure is our core stage. That is the first stage. It has that pretty butterscotch color. And that is due to the thermal protection system, the foam that is used to, again, protect the rocket. On either side of the core stage are the 2 solid rocket boosters. And then down, right at the bottom, are the 4 RS-25 engines. All right, so we are in fast fill again for core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. I'll report out when the next milestone is underway and when we start our upper stage loading operations. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 58 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time later today. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window in which they can try to launch, so if we don't launch right at 6:24 p.m., that is okay. You're looking at a live view of our Artemis launch team. They are in the process of loading liquid propellant on board the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket. We're currently in the process of loading liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the core stage of the SLS rocket. Now, the core stage is the first stage of that rocket. You can see there on your screen, it is the orange section in between the two solid rocket boosters. That's actually a great view of our rocket at launchpad 39B. I mean, you can see it is a beautiful day. We have some puffy white clouds, blue skies, all in all, very favorable weather. In fact, our launch weather officers, they've been predicting 80% chance of go for our launch window this evening. Now, there at the bottom of the rocket are our 4 RS-25 engines. Each engines are roughly the size of a compact car. The solid rocket boosters, those are the 2 white rocket boosters and on either side of the core stage. Each booster is taller than the Statue of Liberty, and they also hold the entire weight of the rocket. Now, fully fueled, SLS weighs 5.74 million pounds. And again, you can see on your screen, you might see some gas that's being vented off underneath the rocket and the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is that gray shape structure that is connected to the rocket. It's essentially what is providing all of the power, the propellant, the coolants, everything, all the access points to keep the rocket and the spacecraft alive and functioning and running until it is ready for launch. Now, that gas that you're seeing being vented off, it doesn't mean we're getting ready to lift off anytime soon. It's just that natural boil-off that is coming from the propellant that is being fed to the rocket as it naturally warms up over time. So totally normal. We expect to see it. You'll probably expect to see it some more as we actually transition and continue with our propellant loading procedures and move forward into the upper stage, which is that second stage on top of the core stage, also known as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. When we also start loading propellant on board that second stage, you might also see some gas also starting to vent off at that higher level. In fact, you see there on your screen is a nice, better, closer up view of the upper stage and then our Orion spacecraft up on top. Now let's take you to a graphic of where we currently are in our tanking operations. You see there on your screen, on the left-hand side, it will tell you how far we are in our core stage loading operations. We're currently 28% of the way filled in liquid oxygen and about 30% of the way filled for the liquid hydrogen side. Meanwhile, for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, that upper stage, you see it's all grayed out there because we haven't begun that propellant loading operations. I'll report out once that is underway. But for right now, we're just focusing on the core stage. Now, in the meantime, while the launch team is right now starting to fuel the rocket and that propellant loading is underway, our astronauts are getting ready to wake up and start their day. As a reminder, we will be sending 4 astronauts around the moon and back. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will go on a 10-day mission around the moon. Artemis II is a test flight where we are going to test the life support systems with our flight crew on board. This is NASA's first crewed Artemis mission, and it will pave the way for our future Artemis missions for when we land humans back on the lunar surface. So to quickly recap, we are in fast fill for our core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and I'll report out once our upper stage propellant loading operations are underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 45 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. Now that launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that they can try launching within those 2 hours if they are unable to hit it right at the start at 6:24. Now, the Artemis launch team is currently loading super cold or cryogenic liquid propellant onto the SLS or Space Launch System rocket. We're currently in our fast fill operations for the core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks, and the teams just reported that they are also now starting their chill down operations for the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, or that second stage of the SLS rocket. You can see a great view of it there on your screen. It sits right up on top of where you have the nose cone shape structure. That's orange. Up on top there is a portion of that upper stage, also known as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. And then, if you're curious, the nose cone structure shape, that is called also the launch vehicle stage adapter. It is a part of the rocket, and it is enclosing also a portion of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is done for protection, so you don't see the engine that's underneath that second stage, but it is underneath there, hidden behind the launch vehicle stage adapter. So again, we are now starting our chill down for the liquid hydrogen on our upper stage. Following that, we will then transition into fast fill for liquid hydrogen on the upper stage. Meanwhile, on the core stage, that is the first stage of the rocket, fast fill is already underway. There's a great profile shot. So right underneath that nose cone shape is then that cylinder orange structure. That is the core stage. It is one of the tallest first stages of a rocket that NASA has ever used for any mission. It's roughly 212 feet tall. In fact, in total, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft sit at roughly 322 feet tall. Now I'll report out once chill down is complete on the upper stage and we have transitioned into fast fill. As a quick recap, Artemis II is scheduled to launch no earlier than 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window. And this mission will be sending 4 astronauts around the moon and back. We'll be sending NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission. They actually just got the go not too long ago to actually start waking up and officially start their launch day. Now that's a great view of our SLS rocket at launchpad 39B. Oh, we just switched it, but as you saw there, it's a gorgeous day here on the Space Coast. We have some beautiful blue skies, some puffy white clouds. Our launch weather officers are predicting 80% chance of favorable conditions throughout our 2-hour launch window. Now, of course, if there are any changes or updates, we will make sure to provide those to you. In fact, NASA will be providing 24/7 live coverage of this entire mission, starting with our propellant loading operations, which is currently happening, and will continue all the way through our splashdown procedures. You can see there on your screen how to watch. Now, lasting approximately 10 days, Artemis II will send 4 astronauts to test the Orion spacecraft in a high Earth orbit before becoming the first astronaut to fly around the moon since the Apollo 17 crew in 1972. Again, we are in fast fill for core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and we are in chill down for the liquid hydrogen tank on our upper stage or interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Good morning from Florida Space Coast. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 30 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. I'm Antonia Jaramillo in NASA Communications, and if you're just joining us, the Space Launch System, or SLS rocket, is in the process of cryogenic propellant loading. That means the launch team that is currently in Firing Room 1 that you see on your screen there are loading the cryogenic or super cold liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the SLS rocket, fueling it for flight. Now, the team just reported that we have now started our fast fill operations on the liquid hydrogen tank on our upper stage of the SLS rocket. That is also called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It is the second stage of our SLS rocket. You have a great view of it there on your screen. Up at the top, if you see, you have the Orion spacecraft. Underneath there will be then actually the smallest section of the SLS rocket known as the Orion stage adapter. And then shortly underneath that is our interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, teams are now starting the fast fill operations for liquid hydrogen. Now, fast fill, as the name suggests, means that teams are just loading this propellant at a faster rate. Now, following the liquid hydrogen operations on the upper stage, teams will then also work on their propellant loading operations for the liquid oxygen tank that is also in there. In total, the SLS rocket has 4 tanks, 2 liquid hydrogen and 2 liquid oxygen, 1 of each on each stage. So you have there our upper stage, or the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and then underneath sits the core stage. That is the first stage and the main stage of the SLS rocket. It is the orange segment that you see there on your screen in between the 2 solid rocket boosters. We are also in our fast fill operations for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the core stage. So fueling is well underway, and everything is looking good so far for our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Now, Artemis II is scheduled to lift off from Launch Complex 39B. That's what you see there on your screen. That's where SLS is currently situated. And it is a gorgeous day here on the Space Coast. We have some beautiful white puffy clouds and some clear blue skies. We're looking at 80% chance of favorable weather conditions. And our astronauts that are getting ready to launch on this historic mission are now starting their day. They woke up not too long ago and will pretty soon go through all of the checkouts and steps that are needed before they're ready to get on their rocket. There's a picture of them on your screen there. From left to right, we have the pilot, Victor Glover. Then you have our mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen, and right next to him is our other mission specialist, Christina Cook. Next to her is then our commander, Reed Wiseman. These 4 astronauts will go on a 10-day mission around the moon and back on board the Orion spacecraft. Now, fun fact, you see again there, we were talking a little bit about the different sections of the rocket, and we mentioned briefly the Orion stage adapter. Now, the Orion stage adapter is the last section of the SLS rocket. It's what sits in between the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and the Orion spacecraft. And it's also what houses our secondary payloads, or these shoebox-sized CubeSats, that will be providing and conducting scientific experiments. They'll be deployed shortly after separation from the upper stage and the spacecraft, and they will go to their specific destination in space to conduct scientific data. Now, inside the Orion stage adapter, fun fact, our astronauts, so Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, they actually got the opportunity to sign the interior of the OSA, or that Orion stage adapter. So their names are on that rocket. It is fully built by NASA at Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Now going back to the upper stage, that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, it holds roughly 24,000 gallons of liquid propellant. The liquid hydrogen tank is approximately 17,000 gallons, and the liquid oxygen is roughly 6,000 gallons. Much smaller in comparison to the core stage, that holds roughly 733,000 gallons total. You have a 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen on the core stage tank, and then roughly 197,000 or 196,000 on the liquid oxygen tank. Fully fueled, SLS weighs about 5.74 million pounds of thrust. And now all these four tanks, the one on the upper stage and the one on the core stage, they feed, all those tanks, they feed into the engines at liftoff. So the core stage will feed the 4 RS-25 engines that you see at the bottom of your screen there. And the upper stage, meanwhile, will feed its 1 RL-10 engine, actually enclosed by the launch vehicle stage adapter. That is the nose cone shaped orange structure that you see on your screen there. It is actually hiding the RL-10 engine from our view. But this is done on purpose to protect the upper stage. So to quickly recap, we are in fast fill for liquid hydrogen on our upper stage. We have not started our propellant loading operations on the liquid oxygen tank yet. I'll report out once that operation is underway. And on the core stage, meanwhile, we are still in our fast fill operations for both tanks, for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 8 hours and 6 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Now that launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that if we don't launch right at 6:24, they do have an additional 2 hours in which they can try to launch. Now the launch team, which we see here on our screen, they're currently in Firing Room 1 at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They're in the process of loading liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. Now it's not just the launch team that's here in the firing room that is helping and is on console for today's launch, but we also have supporting teams across the country that are tuning into this countdown. One of those teams is actually the Artemis Mission Management Team. They recently just got here on console. They have a separate section and room. If you actually look, it's to the right-hand side of our launch director and assistant launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson and Jeremy Graber, respectively. Over there on the right-hand side where you kind of see that glass enclosure structure, in there is where our Artemis Mission Management Team will sit for the duration of today's countdown. Now, they just recently arrived on console. And apart from the mission management team, we also have the mission control team at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston and the SLS Engineering and Support Center at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. And this doesn't include the other several contractor locations that are also around the country supporting this launch and this mission. So again, you have our prime main launch team that is here in Firing Room 1, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. You see there she's wearing a green blazer. She's our launch director leading this team. But then there are also supporting teams that are also assisting the launch team throughout today's countdown. That includes the Artemis Mission Management Team, the Mission Control Team in Houston, and the SLS Engineering and Support Center at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center, in addition to several contractor locations that are located around the country. Now, as we mentioned, we are currently in our propellant loading operations for the SLS rocket. Teams are currently in fast fill for both core stage liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The core stage is the first stage of the SLS rocket. Here's a great graphic where you can see where we currently are at in our tanking operations. And you'll see above the core stage, we have also started our loading operations in the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the second stage of the SLS rocket. Now, we have not started loading liquid oxygen yet. I'll report out when that is underway. But in the meantime, we are good with we are in the process of loading liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen on the core stage and liquid hydrogen on the upper stage. I'll report out when we are now starting our liquid oxygen operations on the upper stage. Welcome back. This is Artemis Launch Control. We're currently 8 hours and 1 minute and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. I'm Antonia Jaramillo in NASA Communications, and I, along with our fellow commentators, will be taking you through today's countdown. And actually joining me currently in the room here in Firing Room 1 is our Assistant Launch Director, Jeremy Graver. Jeremy, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
No problem. Good morning, Tony. Happy to be here.
You know, Jeremy, I think we recently heard the call out that our flight crew, our astronauts, they just got their wake-up call. Can you run us through kind of what the rest of the day now looks like for them?
Absolutely, yeah. They were woken up just a little while ago. They'll get up as most of us do on a busy, exciting day. Get up, they'll get their breakfast. They'll kind of get into the groove of the day. They'll go through multiple meetings and discussions just to understand where we are. In a little while, the launch director and our flight director will provide a weather briefing for the flight crew to talk about all of the weather potentials that could play into today's launch opportunity. Once that's complete, they will then start getting suited up, and they'll head to the suit room, start doing all their preparations from a suit up perspective. As that's completed, they'll be checking with us to make sure that we're ready for them to come to the pad, and then they'll be on their way headed out to the pad in the Astrovan, ready to get out to launchpad 39B, get up on top of the mobile launcher onto the 274-foot level, go across the crew access arm into the white room and enter the Orion spacecraft. So we're really excited for those events later today.
It is. It's a very busy and exciting day, like you mentioned. I hope they got some good rest and didn't, wake up a bunch of times throughout the night. I know I certainly did, but just because of pure excitement, like you mentioned. Now let's shift focus back on the rocket. How's propellant loading going?
Everything is going very well right now. As I stepped off console to come in here, the core stage LH2 tank was about 95% loaded. The upper stage is probably about halfway and moving towards their completion for LH2. The liquid oxygen side of the core stage is in fast fill as well and proceeding well, and we will be getting into the upper stage LO2 loading in a little while. So all things moving per schedule and working towards that plan for the day.
That is great news, and actually I think we just heard that they got the go for transitioning into that liquid hydrogen on the core stage 2 topping. So like you said, we're getting very close.
Absolutely.
That is exciting, so can you tell us a little bit then about those upcoming milestones once we finish that propellant loading on all 4 tanks?
Yeah, so it's absolutely critical for us to get into what we call stable replenish on all stages. And what that means is the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks on both the core stage and the interim cryopropulsion stage, or ICPS, are fully loaded, and we are just maintaining that level of loading. And that's a very quiescent configuration for us, and that's required for us to be in that configuration to then be allowed to send the flight crew, our closeout crew, which is there to assist the flight crew getting on board Orion. We need to be in that stable replenish configuration to be able to send those crews out to the launch pad. And as we send those crews out, that is really our press and our push to launch. We'll get the crew on board. They go through a number of checks, communication checks, system checks, and then our closeout crew's job is to back out of the crew module, close all of our hatches, get us in configuration to be able to then the closeout crew to leave the pad, and that puts us in the configuration to allow us to proceed through the rest of launch countdown as we proceed down to our final hold at T-minus 10 minutes, where we do all of our launch polls and determine that we are ready to pick up with what we call terminal count, which is from T-minus 10 minutes down to launch at T0. And really excited to get to all of those milestones as we proceed through the day.
We are all very excited. We're rooting for you guys, watching along. And as you mentioned, the reason to get to all stages replenished first is because that's the point where we're at the safest configuration to send people back to the launch pad, correct?
That is absolutely correct. It is a very stable configuration. It's the safe configuration that we require to ensure that we're ready to send those crews out to the pad.
Jeremy Graver, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. We're rooting for you, wishing you the best of luck, and we'll let you get back on console.
Excellent. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. All right, and so just to quickly recap, we are now in our topping phase for liquid hydrogen on the core stage. We are still in fast fill on the liquid oxygen side for the core stage, and also fast fill for the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. I'll report back once we have entered our topping phase for liquid oxygen on the core stage. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 7 hours and 47 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Now the teams do have a 2-hour launch window, so that means if we can't launch right at 6:24, that's okay. They still have an additional 2 hours in which they can attempt to launch. Now currently the Artemis launch team, which you see on your screen there, they are in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS or the Space Launch System rocket. The teams actually just reported that we have completed loading liquid hydrogen onto the core stage of the rocket. Now the core stage is the first stage of that SLS rocket. There's a great graphic representation of where we currently are in our tanking operations. So as you see, we are at 100% level for the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage. So that means we are now, the teams are just going to be constantly replenishing that tank as some of that liquid starts boiling off into a gas due to the temperatures as it starts warming up. So teams will therefore replenish it constantly to maintain this 100% flight level. Now, as you can see, right above the hydrogen tank sits our liquid oxygen tank. That's currently 70% of the way filled. And then on our upper stage, or the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, this is the rocket stage that sits on top of the core stage. We are currently in our fast fill operations for liquid hydrogen on that upper stage. Teams have not started liquid oxygen for the upper stage, and that is totally normal. That is part of the countdown. We aren't scheduled to start our upper stage liquid oxygen loading operations until we start getting into, so we get much further into our loading operations for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. So again, we are now in replenish for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank, and we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage and the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage. Now, a quick recap on how the whole tanking loading process goes. Teams will first start with what is called chill down. So prior to us actually starting to load the super cold propellant onto the rocket, they will first chill down all of the systems and lines. This is done to make sure that it is able to receive these super cold temperatures. In order for hydrogen to be in a liquid state, it needs to be negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen in a liquid state is negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit. So very, very cold temperatures. And as such, we want to make sure that we are conditioning all of the systems to be able to receive those cryogenic temperatures so that we aren't shocking the hardware and we're not causing any potential damage unnecessarily. Now, following chill down, we will transition into what is called into slow fill on the core stage. Now, slow fill, as the name suggests, refers to slowly starting to feed that propellant onto the rocket. This officially marks the start of our propellant loading. Teams actually got into slow fill for the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage earlier this morning, a little bit before 9 a.m. Following slow fill is then when we transition into fast fill. This is where we stay for the majority of our tanking loading operations. Similarly to slow fill, fast fill refers to loading propellant at a much faster rate. And that is currently where the liquid oxygen tank state is in. We are in fast fill for liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. Now, after fast fill, we transition into topping. This is the last little bit that is needed to fill the tanks to 100% level. Hence why we're topping it off. Following topping, we are now at 100%, And so now we transition into replenish mode. Replenish just means we're going to be constantly replenishing these tanks so that we make sure we are again at 100% flight level. Now you see on your screen there, we can see some venting coming off the rocket. This is totally expected as we begin our loading operations. Some of that liquid propellant starts warming up. It'll start to boil off and vent outside of the rocket. Hence why we see some of that gas getting expended from down underneath where the engines are at the bottom, and also a little bit at the top where the upper stage is located. So again, an expected condition. Now let's take you through the rocket a little bit. See up there on your screen we have the Orion spacecraft. Underneath there is the Orion stage adapter. The Orion stage adapter is what houses our secondary payloads, or these scientific CubeSats. They're shoebox-sized scientific experiments that will go to space following separation from the upper stage and the spacecraft. It's also the smallest section of the SLS rocket at only 5 feet. Underneath the Orion stage adapter sits the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or that second stage. Underneath there is our core stage, or the first stage of the rocket. Now the core stage, it consists of the propellant tanks, the ducts, the valves, avionics, and it also houses the 4 RS-25 engines that are down there at the bottom. Next to the core stage, we have our 2 solid rocket boosters. Each is taller than the Statue of Liberty. Now on those rocket boosters, you can see our NASA worm. The worm logo spans 25 feet end to end, or roughly the length of one booster motor segment. Now we actually have 5 segments each on each booster, so 10 segments total. It's actually 1 segment more than what was used during the space shuttle program. Now you should also be able to see some black and white markings around the rocket. Now these are used for imagery for the SLS engineering and support team that's based out at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. They use this for imagery to track and guide the rocket after liftoff and during ascent. And it will also be used in their post-flight analysis. Now the orange color of the core stage is the thermal protection system, or that spray-on foam insulation. Now this provides the thermal protection for every part of the rocket. And when the foam is applied, it gives the rocket this light yellow color that the sun's ultraviolet rays eventually tan, giving our SLS rocket its famous butterscotch color. So again, to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. We are about 75% of the way filled on our liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. But we're still in fast fill. I'll let you know when we transition into topping for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And then on the upper stage, teams are also in fast fill for liquid hydrogen. And they have not started the liquid oxygen operations on the upper stage yet. I'll make sure to report out all of these milestones as they're underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 7 hours and 30 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that if we don't launch right at the beginning at 6:24, they do have an additional 2 hours in which they can attempt to launch. Our launch team is currently in Firing Room 1 at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida and are in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS or the Space Launch System rocket. Now, teams did just complete fast fill for the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, or our interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, fast fill refers to loading propellant at a faster rate. This is preceded by chill down, which gets the system ready to receive these super cold temperatures. And then following fast fill, teams will then transition into topping and replenish. I'll get more into those, but before that, again, we just finished fast fill for the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, and teams are now performing, before they start topping, what is called a vent and relief test. This test is basically just pressurizing the upper stage tanks with heliums to test the relief capabilities of the tank pressure to make sure that it can handle that pressure capability during flight. So between fast fill and topping, teams will perform this test on both the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen tanks on the upper stage. Following that test completion, we will then transition into topping, which just means finishing loading the rest of the tank to 100%. Following topping, we enter what is called replenish mode, which basically just means that now we are going to be replenishing these tanks at 100% level, because as we naturally get throughout the countdown, that propellant is going to start warming up and it'll start boiling and venting off, as you can see on your screen there what is happening. So because of that, and because the teams want to make sure that they still have 100% level in all 4 tanks, the 2 on the upper stage and the 2 on the core stage, or the first stage of the rocket, they continuously replenish the tanks until the final 10 minutes of the launch countdown, or what is known as terminal count. Now, speaking of replenish mode, we are currently in replenish mode for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. So we were just talking about how we finished fast fill on the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. We are also then in replenish mode for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. On the liquid oxygen side, we are still in fast fill for the core stage liquid oxygen. And then on the upper stage, we haven't started those liquid oxygen operations yet. The teams want to wait until we are a little bit further along in the core stage liquid oxygen loading operations before we transition into that upper stage loading operation. Now, in total, the SLS and Orion spacecraft are 322 feet tall. At liftoff, SLS produces 8.8 million pounds of thrust. A little bit more than the Saturn V rocket that was used during the Apollo missions, which were roughly 7.5 million pounds of thrust to send those astronauts to the moon. With our SLS rocket, though, you don't just have those liquid fuel tanks that are fueling the rocket, but you also have 2 solid rocket boosters that are attached on either side. You see there on your screen right there? They also help provide that extra push and that thrust right at liftoff. Now, Let's go up a little bit on the rocket, go back to our upper or our second stage, our interim cryogenic propulsion stage. For those that have been following us along since Artemis I, you might remember that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage for Artemis I provided the big push to send the Orion spacecraft on its way to the moon. For Artemis II, however, it's going to be a little different. And the reason for that is because Artemis II is NASA's first crewed test flight, meaning we are sending astronauts on board this rocket for the first time. And because of that, we are going to have the capability to practice a bunch of different systems and tests and operations that we couldn't do if it were uncrewed. One of these operations is what is called the proximity operation demonstration. This involves the upper stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the Orion spacecraft practicing proximity maneuvers where the Orion spacecraft will practice approaching and getting away from the upper stage in a high Earth orbit. The reason teams want to practice this is in preparation for Artemis III and future Artemis missions for when Orion docks with our lunar landing systems. And so because of this, this means that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be separating from Orion much sooner. Meaning that following this demonstration, it will be Orion's European service module that will actually send the spacecraft on its trajectory to the moon. It will perform what is called the translunar injection burn. Now, this proximity operation is scheduled to happen during the first day of flight, so pretty soon. And NASA will be providing you with 24/7 live coverage, starting right now as we have been going through our propellant loading operations, and we will continue throughout the course of the entire mission, including all of the splashdown operations. Artemis II will send NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon and back. Orion is scheduled to splash down off the coast of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. So to quickly recap, teams are in the process of performing a vent and relief test on the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, following finishing their fast fill operations. Again, this test is to just test the tanks that they can handle the pressure that will be happening during this first day of flight. Following this test, we will then transition into our topping phase on the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank, and it'll then transition to replenish. On the core stage, meanwhile, we are still in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank, and we are in replenish for liquid hydrogen. Now, this is a very, very big and important milestone to me because, again, for those that have been following us along, especially with Artemis II, during our fast fill operations on the core stage liquid hydrogen tank during wet dress rehearsal 1, that was our first test of this Artemis II moon rocket where we tested loading the propellants on board. Teams experienced the liquid hydrogen leaks shortly after getting into fast fill during that first test. They then performed a second wet dress rehearsal where they did not see any major leaks. Tanking loading operations went very smoothly, and it was a very successful test. And so it's great to see that throughout today's countdown for launch, there also weren't any significant issues or leaks reported during our liquid hydrogen loading phase on the core stage. So we are now in replenish mode for liquid hydrogen. We're about 84% of the way on the liquid oxygen tank. And we're also almost there on the upper stage for liquid hydrogen. Now I'll report out once liquid oxygen operations for the upper stage are also underway. Welcome back. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 7 hours and 9 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Our Artemis launch team is currently in the process of loading liquid propellant onto the SLS, or Space Launch System, rocket. Teams just reported out that we are in our topping phase. For the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank, this means we are almost at 100%, if not pretty much there, on that upper stage tank. The upper stage is the second stage of the SLS rocket. Here's a graphic representation where we can see where we're currently at in our tanking operations. That means we have now finished loading our liquid hydrogen on both the core stage and the upper stage. As I said, we're in that topping phase to get us to 100%. And afterwards, we'll then transition into replenish mode to stay at 100% level. You can see on the core stage, we are already at the replenish mode, if you see that 100% level right there. And we also just got confirmation that we are also in replenish for the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. Now on the liquid oxygen side, we still have a little bit to go. We're almost there on the liquid oxygen tank for the core stage. You see roughly 92% of the way filled. And we haven't started our liquid oxygen propellant loading operations on the upper stage. Teams are getting ready to start chilling down that tank. Teams do this to make sure that all of the systems and lines are ready to receive these cryogenic temperatures. As you can see on your screen there, for hydrogen to stay in a liquid state, it must be negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen, meanwhile, is negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit. So these super cold temperatures, we want to make sure that the rocket is able to receive them without damaging any of the hardware on board. So we'll start with chilling down that liquid oxygen tank and lines before we actually start loading it onto the upper stage. I'll report back once that step is underway. As a reminder, our launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, so that means if we don't launch right at 6:24, that is okay. They still have additional opportunities throughout that 2-hour launch window. Now, NASA's providing 24/7 live coverage throughout this entire mission, beginning with our propellant loading operations that is currently underway. And as we continue our coverage this morning, we are also, and we continue monitoring all of our loading operations, we thank you for following us along. Part of our live coverage will, of course, include our launch this evening. That live launch coverage for Artemis II will continue right here at the beginning at approximately 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. You can continue watching on our NASA's YouTube channel, as well as on NASA Plus and the other NASA social media channels. Again, we are providing 24/7 live coverage. So following launch, the show doesn't end there. We have a 10-day mission around the moon. And then following that, we're coming back home. And we will be covering all of those splashdown operations as well. Artemis II is a test flight. It is NASA's first crewed Artemis mission. We will be sending NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who serves as the commander, Victor Glover, the pilot, and mission specialist Christina Cook. And then we're also sending Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who serves as the other mission specialist for this mission. So to quickly recap, we are in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage and the upper stage of our SLS or Space Launch System rocket. And we are getting very close to being almost all the way full on the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage. I'll make sure to report out once we start entering topping for the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage. Again, that refers to the last little bit that is needed to get us to 100%. And I'll also make sure to let folks know when our chill down operations are in work on the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. As a reminder, all of this propellant that are on board these 4 tanks of these two rocket stages, they feed the engines that are underneath and then provide the power and the push to send the Orion spacecraft on its voyage to the moon. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 49 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and we do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that if we don't launch right at the start at 6:24 p.m., that is okay. Teams still have an additional 2 hours in which they can try to launch the SLS or Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft. Now, the Artemis launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. We are currently in what is called replenish mode for our liquid hydrogen tanks on board the SLS core stage and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. These are the two stages on the SLS rocket. Now, replenish mode means that we have finished loading hydrogen on board both of these rockets. That means they are at 100% level. And teams are just constantly replenishing the tanks to make sure that they stay at 100%. Since, as throughout the countdown, that liquid propellant will start boiling off as it starts warming up, and it will then be vented out and released from the rocket, which you can see there on your screen. Now, on the liquid oxygen side, teams are now in topping phase for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. Topping is the in-between state of fast fill and replenish mode. Fast fill is where we spend the most of the time loading propellants. We load it at a much faster rate. Then once we reach a certain point, we will transition into topping to finish loading the tank to 100%. That is now where we are currently at in the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And following topping, we then transition into replenish. So we're in core stage liquid oxygen topping. We're in topping for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And we are in replenish mode for both tanks on the liquid hydrogen, on the core stage and the upper stage. Now, meanwhile, on the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage, teams just reported that they have now started chill down for that upper stage tank. This is the first step that is needed before we actually start flowing and loading that propellant on board. The reason this is done is to chill down the systems in line so they are ready to receive those super cold temperatures and not cause any potential damage to the hardware. For reference, oxygen needs to be negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit to be in a liquid state, and hydrogen, negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. So very, very cold temperatures that the rocket is dealing with right now. Now again, we are underway for the Artemis II mission. This is the second Artemis mission in NASA's Artemis program. Artemis I was an uncrewed test flight. Artemis II will be the first crewed test flight. This will be the first time we send astronauts on board our Orion spacecraft. We'll be sending our commander Reed Wiseman, our pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon. Now, from the rocket side, there aren't that many changes from Artemis I to Artemis II. Most of the major sections of SLS really remain unchanged. Some of the differences are more in the details to really just provide our astronauts with a better ride in space. Some of those include some optical targets that are now on the upper stage as visual cues during the proximity operation demonstration. This will be a test for the astronauts to practice maneuvering Orion and practice approaching the upper stage while it's in a high Earth orbit. Another improvement for SLS was an improved navigation system. Also, communications capability between the ground stations and the U.S. Space Force Space Launch Delta 45, which controls the eastern range. That is responsible for kind of helping dictate when we are allowed to launch here off the Space Coast in Florida. Now, all of the 4 tanks on the upper stage and the core stage, they feed the engines that are down below. At liftoff, the 4 RS-25 engines will operate for the first 8 minutes during flight. The 2 solid rocket boosters that are on either side, those operate for only 2 minutes, and they provide 75% of the power at liftoff. So to quickly recap, we are in replenish for our both liquid hydrogen tanks. We entered topping for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. That means very, very soon we'll be in replenish mode for that tank as well. And we are in our chill down operations for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. Pretty soon we will be entering fast fill. I'll report out when that is underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 38 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window in which they can attempt to launch the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion spacecraft. The Artemis launch team is currently loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto SLS. We are currently in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the 2 stages of our SLS rocket. We're still in our topping phase on the core stage liquid oxygen tank. That means we're just finishing it up. You can see there it looks almost all the way full. And following that, it will enter into what is also into its replenish mode as well. The liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage, meanwhile, is now in fast fill. So that means all 4 tanks are now receiving propellant. Following fast fill on the liquid oxygen tank for the upper stage, teams will perform that vent and relief test that they also did for the liquid hydrogen side on the upper stage. This test is again just to test the relief capabilities to make sure that the upper stage can handle the pressure that will be introduced at liftoff and during launch. Following that, it will then enter topping and will then go to replenish mode as well. Once we are in replenish mode for all tanks, that'll be the signal to the launch team to tell our astronauts that they are ready to start heading out to the launch pad and get on board their Orion spacecraft. Now, Artemis II is a test flight, and it is NASA's first Artemis crewed mission. That means this will be the first time that our astronauts, our Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, they will be the first to experience launch and flight atop SLS. The rocket hits a maximum speed of 22,670 miles per hour. And our astronauts will get to experience the entire ride. So to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are in topping, meaning we are finishing up loading liquid oxygen on the core stage. That is the first stage of the rocket. And we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on our second stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage. I'll report out once we have also entered replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 22 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. The launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS or the Space Launch System rocket. We're currently in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks on both the first stage and the second stage of the rocket. And then on the liquid oxygen side, we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. And then we are getting ready to get into our replenish mode for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. We are still in that topping phase. Finishing loading the propellant tank to 100%, at which point then teams will transition into replenish mode as well, which just means that we are going to constantly be replenishing these tanks at 100% level. Now today's launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means if we don't launch right on time, they do have an additional 2 hours in which they can attempt to launch. For those of you just joining us, NASA will be providing 24/7 live coverage of this entire mission, starting with our propellant loading operations that are currently underway. Thank you so much for everyone that's been following along. Our live launch coverage of Artemis II will continue right here, beginning at approximately 12:50 p.m. where the rest of my NASA commentators will be chiming in on how the rest of today's countdown goes. And we'll take you through the rest of the mission. Now, Artemis II is a test flight. It will be the first mission that sends astronauts on board SLS and Orion. You can see a photo on your screen there of our Artemis II crew. We have our commander, Reed Wiseman, on the right-hand side. Then we have our 2 mission specialists in the middle, Christina Cook, and then Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. All the way on the left is our pilot, Victor Glover. All 4 of them woke up not too long ago at around 9:25 a.m. this morning. Not a terrible wake-up call. In that time, they've been getting ready, having breakfast, getting some briefings. And they'll get one more briefing. It's the flight crew weather brief, where they'll get a status on where we are in the countdown, what the current forecast looks like. Following that brief, they will then start their suit-up operations before they go out to the launch pad and board their spacecraft. And teams did report that we have now entered replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. So we are now in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage and the upper stage. And we are also in replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. On the upper stage liquid oxygen tank, meanwhile, we are still in fast fill. And I'll report out once then we transition from fast fill onto the next step, which will again be that vent and relief test. This is pressurizing the upper stage tanks with heliums to test the relief capabilities of the tank pressure to make sure that it can handle that capability during flight. Following that test, teams will then start topping on the liquid oxygen tank, and will then, after topping, will then transition into replenish mode as well. I'll report out when that's underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 8 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Now the launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that they have 2 hours in which they can try to launch the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion spacecraft that will send NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon and back. Now, the launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. The propellants that are used to power SLS are liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We are currently in our replenish phase for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the two stages of the rocket. That is both the core stage and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Replenish mode just basically means that now these tanks are at 100% level, and teams are going to constantly be replenishing them as they start to warm up and boil off. You can see some of that gas that's being vented off the rocket there. That's normal. Teams totally expect to see that, and because of that, we have then a replenish valve to constantly be replenishing the tank with that liquid propellant, so we make sure that we are 100% level and we're not losing any propellants in the tank. The reason that you see some of that venting happening is because as we get throughout the countdown and the temperatures start to rise, that liquid propellant will become a gas, and so it'll start boiling off and then it'll vent outside the rocket. Hence the need for a replenish valve. So we are in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are also in replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And we are in fast fill for the upper stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, liquid oxygen tank. Now, fast fill is the main portion of our propellant loading operations, where teams are actively loading that propellant at a much faster rate. Now, following fast fill, teams transition into what is called topping. As the name suggests, it just means to top off the tanks. And then following topping, we enter what is replenish. So once we are at replenish for the liquid oxygen tank on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, we're going to enter what is called all stages in replenish. This means that all 4 tanks on the SLS rocket are fully fueled, and our astronauts are ready then to go and head out to the launch pad when they get the go from our launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Now, coming up shortly, our astronauts will be joining in on a flight crew weather brief with our launch director, as well as with the flight director in Houston and the launch weather officer. They'll provide a quick status on how the forecast looks for the rest of today's countdown, as well as where we currently are in our countdown operations. A little earlier, the launch weather officer did let our launch director know that we might get some showers in about 2 hours. However, there is no lightning threat, and they will plan on discussing this again during the flight crew weather brief. Currently, teams are forecasting 80% go for weather conditions during that 2-hour launch window. So again, to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are also in replenish mode on the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. That is the first stage of the SLS rocket. And we're in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. I'll report out when we have transitions from fast fill and onto topping.
Artemis II launch, a test flight that will bring humans back around the moon for the first time in over 50 years. I'm correspondent for launch day, and for the next 6 to 8 hours, we'll keep you company during this momentous event. If you're watching with us on YouTube, please chime in on that chat and let us know where you're watching from. Just to let you know, here is our plan for today. Every 30 minutes or so, I'll jump in to share where we are in the countdown, what NASA is doing, and why it matters. AP is on the ground bringing you live coverage. You'll be able to see live views from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, watch parties around the country, and we'll be joined by guests who can help make sense of this historic moment. And for my fellow space fans in the chat, we've got some trivia to test your knowledge, plus a little SLS Lego building along the way. Good luck to me. A quick word about timing. NASA's current April opportunities to blast off what is called launch windows extends from April 1 to April 6. Each day has a 2-hour opening to set off, and today's launch window is from 6:24 p.m. ET to 8:24 p.m. ET. The exact timing and moment of that launch, when the astronauts launch, is dependent on weather or any technical issues that might come up. It is completely normal and expected for NASA to pause the countdown clock, what is called a hold, and attempt later in the same launch window. Now, if NASA decides to call off the launch for the day, that is called a scrub. This can happen if the rocket is fueled and NASA decides the weather is too iffy or a technical issue comes up that needs more time for fixing, in which case they will likely try again 48 hours later. NASA's top priority is crew safety, so holds and scrubs are par for the course. All right, and now we want to give you a sense of what the energy is like in Cape Canaveral. Calling in live from Florida's Kennedy Space Center to catch us up on what's in store for the Artemis II test flight around the moon is AP's longtime space reporter, Marcia Dunn.
Marcia, go. This is Marcia Dunn of the AP. I'm standing atop the AP building here at Kennedy Space Center. It's less than 6 hours before liftoff of NASA's return of astronauts to the moon. You can see the rocket right over there, over my shoulder. But we have got 750 journalists here today. It is electric. It's a little cloudy right now. The winds are picking up, but NASA's promising favorable conditions by evening lunchtime. You know, this will be my 124th astronaut launch in person, and it is probably far better than some of the highlights of my past. John Glenn's return to orbit on Space Shuttle Discovery in 1998. That was phenomenal. The last shuttle flight in 2011. SpaceX's returning astronauts to orbit from U.S. soil in 2020, but flying to the moon, that is really incredible. And, you know, this is just a marvel to behold. The Artemis program, follow on to Apollo, got retooled in the last couple of weeks. NASA's new administrator wanted to hurry it up, be more like Apollo, in other words. And so next year, following this mission, there'll be some practice docking in orbit around Earth, sort of a rehearsal for the big mission, which will be the first astronauts landing on the moon during Artemis in 2028. This time they're targeting the South Polar region, so all new territory for NASA. On this flight, though, it's nearly 10 days. They're flying to the moon, going around the back, hanging a U-turn, heading straight home. No landing, no orbiting. It's just to make sure that this Orion capsule, everything is working fine, the life support's good, and it's just going to be an incredible, incredible mission. Back to you, Kyle.
Thank you, Marcia. Coming up, the crew is suiting up. I just have to say, on the YouTube chat, there are a lot of Marcia Dunn fans, so that's exciting to hear. But we're going to take a quick break and give you guys a look at the rocket again. But before we take that break, here is your first trivia question of the day. And if you're on the AP YouTube chat, you can play along, okay? Here's the question. How long has it been since astronauts last went to the moon? Chat, what do you think? I mean, does anyone remember? Is there someone in the chat who happened to watch live still? Do you have relatives who remember watching this in person? Question, answers, what are people thinking? Okay, no, yeah, yes, hopefully no April Fool's launch today. Absolutely, we're fingers crossed. All right, the answer, how long has it been since astronauts last went to the moon? It is 53 years. That's right, folks. Apollo 17 was NASA's final Apollo mission to land on the moon in 1972. All right, that is us for now. We're going to bring you back a view of Launchpad, and we'll return in about 25 minutes. See you soon. crew. Welcome back to the AP live stream of NASA's historic launch back to the moon. Soon, the Artemis II flight crew should be suiting up in their iconic orange suits. Now, most of us have only seen astronauts go to low Earth orbit, the zone where the International Space Station circles Earth about 250 miles up. Artemis II will change that. This is the first astronaut mission around the moon since Apollo 17 in December 1972. If the crew launches before April 4, Artemis II's flight path is expected to break Apollo 13's record for the farthest distance humans have traveled from Earth. And if they launch on April 1 or 2, astronauts will also get to see a solar eclipse through the Orion capsule. Now, there are a lot of differences between the Apollo and Artemis missions. So what's really changed? Apollo put 12 American men on the lunar surface between 1969 and 1972. During the space race, their goal was to land as quickly as possible on the moon and come back, at times picking up moon rocks for study. So a lot of the Apollo missions were focused on the equator of the moon. The major difference with Artemis now is that NASA wants to stay. It wants to build a long-term presence on the moon with future Artemis missions, including plans for a permanent lunar base. Compared to Apollo, which focused more on the lunar equator, the Artemis II crew will be seeking a wider view of the moon. So their approach will actually make the moon look about as big as a basketball held at arm's length. This will give them a glimpse of the lunar poles to see if there is frozen water. They will also have a nice look at what will be a well-lit far side of the moon. Artemis II is also a life support test in deep space. NASA will check the cabin air, drinking water, waste system, communications, and all the day-to-day basics that have to work before astronauts can stay out in space longer. The Orion capsule, is also new. It's roughly double the size of the Apollo command module and is designed to keep 4 astronauts alive in deep space for up to 21 days. Finally, for those wondering when Artemis will land on the moon, NASA recently shook up the Artemis roadmap. After this test flight, Artemis III will now be an Earth orbit test mission in 2027, and Artemis IV will be the first planned moon landing in 2028. Now, AP video journalist Shelby Lum had a chance to interview someone who was there for the Apollo missions. So let's hear from an Apollo engineer who knows what it takes to turn moonshot plans into real hardware.
Ignition sequence start. Engines on, 5. To land first men on the moon. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
I have been blessed to have worked in probably the most exciting period of to date of the space industry.
Houston, what does the old moon look like from 60 miles?
The Apollo program had so many unknowns, in the middle 60s. We knew what we had to do. We didn't know necessarily how to do it, but by golly, we'd figure it out.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
The national goal in those years, because of Kennedy's pronouncement, because of his assassination, there was a tremendous wave behind us pushing. There wasn't a lot of negativity as to why we should go to the moon. But you'll hear people say now, well, Artemis II is just like Apollo 8. Well, in essence it is, but you're flying new hardware, you're flying more people. I don't consider it to be a replication of Apollo 8. Apollo program was, we're going to go to the moon, we're going to land, and we're going to bring men back safely. And we'll bring a few rocks back with us, but that was basically the Apollo program. Artemis, of course, has a whole different agenda. Basically it's to establish an outpost on the moon. If we can establish an outpost up there and where we can actually use the moon to help us go beyond the moon is what's important. It's spectacular. Yeah, it's the next phase. We should have done Artemis 50 years ago. You've got a new generation. In fact, we've gone through, I don't know how many generations, 4 generations since Apollo 8, and so you've got people now, younger people again, on the program that are excited. We've got 60 years of development since Apollo, and I love pushing back at the frontiers of science, and this is a step in that direction.
All right, before we take another break and send you back to a view of the rocket and maybe the astronauts, here's your next trivia question for the chat. I hope you're going to join in on this question, all right? What human record could Artemis II break during this test flight? If you were paying attention, you might have heard it. So let's see if anyone knows. What human record could Artemis II break during this test flight, depending on when they launch? Any answers? The answer is Artemis II could set a new record for the farthest humans have ever traveled from Earth. The current mark is 248,655 miles, which was set by Apollo 13 in 1970. We'll be right back, and please enjoy a view of the rocket and maybe the astronauts. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm watching live stream. So yeah, let's see.
All right, folks, welcome back to the AP live stream of NASA's Artemis II launch. A little weather update for today. The launch area's weather forecast shows an 80% chance of favorable weather conditions with cloud coverage and potential for high winds on the ground as the primary weather concerns. We'll let you know if anything changes throughout the stream. In the meantime, joining me now to unpack a little bit about the importance of this mission and some fun facts about the SLS rocket is the American Museum of Natural History's Kate Schmidt. Welcome, Kate.
Hi, thanks for having me.
I'm so glad that you're here to join me. So right now on the screen, everyone should be able to see the astronauts suiting up. You're seeing Commander Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, who's the pilot, Christina Cook, the mission specialist, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who's also a mission specialist. Kate, what do you know about their orange suits?
So these orange suits, every astronaut suit is especially designed for that particular astronaut. So they take very detailed measurements of their bodies, and each suit is specially fitted to that astronaut. Something kind of interesting about these suits is the fact that they're orange, and that is because when these astronauts come back and splash down into the ocean, orange is just easier to see. Okay. So they'll be visible.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, that's important in space too, right?
Yeah.
If, like, anything happens, like, there's something too that I found out about the suits. So, like, the special blue visible parts of the suit,
stripes.
like the V and everything, that they're actually meant to be something that, like, emergency folks can, like, grab onto in case of, like, something serious,
Yes.
right?
So they have all types of, like, Velcro on them as well to be able to stick things to. They have handles on, so even other astronauts, as they're floating around, can grab onto things.
Wow.
They are very particularly designed.
Yeah, so super functional for
Yes.
space. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the SLS rocket. Yeah. So what can you share with our audience about this?
So the SLS rocket, SLS stands for the Space Launch System. This rocket will be one of the highest thrust rockets ever launched. And so you can really see the design of the rocket, the two white parts of the rocket on the side.
These two, yeah.
Yeah, those are called the solid rocket boosters, and this is a key difference between the SLS and the Saturn V, which launched the Apollo missions back in the 60s and 70s. That's the first stage of the rocket, and then the large orange body.
This part here?
Yeah, that core middle part makes up most of the rocket. That's where your liquid fuel is, and your later stages that are eventually going to push the Orion space capsule into that lunar trajectory.
Okay, yeah. So, like, they're actually, the astronauts will be sitting right here at the very top.
Yes. Most of a rocket is meant to just get the rocket off of planet Earth.
Because our gravity is that strong.
Yes. So actually the astronauts are occupying just a very tiny portion up at the tippy top.
Cool. I wanted to ask you also, because obviously this is the first time in over 50 years that we're going to head back to the moon and take a trip around it. I think a lot of folks are familiar with the Apollo missions. Some may have even been lucky enough to see it and, you know, on their TVs. Many of us are more familiar with the Tom Hanks movie, of course. So tell me, what is a little bit of the difference between the Apollo missions and the Artemis missions?
Yes. So the biggest difference between Apollo and Artemis is the length of time we're aiming to stay on the moon.
Okay.
Apollo missions, the max amount of time people stayed on the moon was about 75 hours.
Wow.
And they had to take all of their equipment with them in that one go, which is why the Saturn V could deliver a heavier payload than the Space Launch System.
Yeah, so this is just a little look at the Artemis Orion capsule and then the Apollo capsule here.
Yeah, so you can clearly see, like, the Orion capsule, it has more space. There's more space for the crew to actually be in the capsule. They can move around more. It can carry actually more people than the Apollo mission could, with the goal being a sustained human presence on the moon. And truly the goal from there is sending people to Mars. No longer are we just aiming for the moon, we are using the moon as a kind of little laboratory and literal launching point for future missions to Mars.
So speaking of Mars, you teach a lot of kids
Yeah.
at the American Museum of Natural History. What are they saying about Artemis?
So kids are so funny because they're like, we're going to the moon, we've already been there. What about Mars? Yeah. So they're very excited about the Artemis missions. They've been here, this is their Apollo, right? But they are putting it in the context of going to Mars.
Okay.
I also think kids, and a lot of people today, still kind of have this idea that space travel is easy and commonplace because we hear about astronauts going to the ISS all the time. But this is the first time kids are really understanding that this is a hard thing to do, and there's a lot that can go wrong. There's a lot of people involved. You know, this is a global endeavor, and they're starting to understand the importance of it through that hardship.
That is amazing. Kate, I think that is the time that we have today. But before we go on a little break, here's your next trivia question. Kate, you probably know the answer to this. So you might give hints to our YouTube audience, but do not answer, please. Okay, so here is your question for the trivia break. What is the total number of humans that have ever walked on the surface of the moon? I'll ask that one more time. What is the total number of humans that have ever walked on the surface of the moon? I mean, what would your students say? Like,
oh, they'd be like 500. They'd be like, we've been there so many times.
Yeah.
So it's not that. They'll tell you that.
I think there's also quite a few people who might imagine the answer is like smaller than you would think.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there were quite a number of Apollo missions. A few of them were just around the moon, and then just a handful were like going on the actual lunar surface, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So there were 17 Apollo missions, but think about how many people were actually on the moon.
Okay, so what is the total number of humans that have ever walked on the surface of the moon? The answer is 12 people. So 24 astronauts have traveled from Earth to the moon, but only 12 have actually walked on the surface. All right, folks, that is our time for now. We're going to send you back to take a look at the rocket and maybe another view of the astronauts. So we'll be back soon. folks, the Astrovan is on the way to the launch pad. What you've just witnessed these past few minutes is one of launch day's signature visual moments, the crew walkout. 4 astronauts in bright orange suits heading from suiting up toward the pad before they climb aboard Orion. First of all, YouTube chat, who is your favorite astronaut ever? Tell us in the chat and why you love them. We'd love to hear it. In the meantime, I'd love to talk a little bit about the Artemis II flight crew. You guys have probably heard their name multiple times, but let's talk about some of their achievements, right? First up is Commander Reed Wiseman. He is a 27-year Navy veteran. On his first space mission, he spent 165 days aboard the International Space Station, where his crew carried out more than 300 scientific experiments and logged a record of 82 hours of research in one single week. Up next, you would have noticed also pilot Victor Glover. He is a naval aviator, test pilot, and veteran of 24 combat missions. He piloted an early SpaceX crew to the International Space Station and became the first Black astronaut to live aboard the space station for an extended mission. It's really exciting to see them suit up and now head to the launch pad. All right. Then we have mission specialist Christina Cook, who spent 328 consecutive days in space, the longest single space flight by a woman. She also took part in the first all-female spacewalk in 2019. Artemis II will be her second trip to space. And finally, last but not least, there's mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, who is a Canadian astronaut. He earned his glider pilot wings at 16 before he could legally drive. He is also set to become the first Canadian to fly around the moon. Now, I don't know if you guys have been following NASA's Instagram, but they just did that whole meme recently of, you know, what were you like in the 90s, and it was super cute. So I highly recommend checking that out. It's actually pretty inspiring. Now, I want to throw to a little video that we created. These folks have a lot of experience and scientific research behind them. So let's take a look at the training it takes to go back to the moon.
We are at the Johnson Space Center. This building is called the Mission Training Center. And this facility here is the Orion Mission Simulator. My primary role for Artemis II is as the Chief Training Officer, in charge of developing and then providing the astronauts all of the training they will need.
So we are currently down our mic input on the speaker unit. Houston Orion on 1, I'll check with their handle.
So this is a place where the astronauts can see how all of their displays and switches will look for the mission. We simulate just a few minutes before liftoff, all the way through. We've splashed down in the Pacific Ocean and are making contact with the recovery forces. We actually started way back in 2023. Fundamentals, like what are the systems on Orion? How does the vehicle work? Past several months have been really focused on contingencies. So what happens when something breaks and how do we react to it? There's a certain few things that we don't have time to go pull out procedures for. The crew has to know this is what that looks like when this problem happens, and here's immediately what I need to do for it.
To keep it centered, so we need to get opening and centered.
Some things are quite a bit different than what we've done in the past. Our Artemis II astronauts could be the first human eyes to see some of these amazing features on the far side of the moon because they weren't lit for the situation of the Apollo missions. The lunar science training team made them these little passport books where they can quiz themselves on, okay, what is that feature? And then remind themselves why this is really interesting to the science team, what they might notice about it. We're going with the mind of what technology can we develop to enable us to stay for longer periods, to enable us to be in regions that are more extreme when it comes to temperatures and environment. Just like we've learned so many things in low Earth orbit that have helped us plan these missions to the moon, doing these missions to the moon is going to help us understand so much about what we need to develop to go to Mars.
It looks like the astronauts are nearing the launch pad. I'm watching it on the screen now live with you guys. You'll also notice that in that video, there are actually various Artemis astronauts training together for the mission, not just the Artemis II flight crew we're watching today. So there's a bunch of them. Now, before our next break, and us getting to live watch with you, with the crew heading to the launch pad now, here's your next trivia question. Here it is. Can the orange Orion suits be used for moonwalking? That's your question. Can the orange Orion suits be used for moonwalking? This is a little bit of a tricky question. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but the Apollo suits in the past were, used for everything. They donned them when they launched, they wore it into space, they wore it on the moon, they wore it when they came back. But what about these Artemis Orion suits? Can they be used for moonwalking? What do you think? The answer is no. These suits are specifically made just for their space trip inside the capsule. Artemis II has no moon landing or spacewalk planned, so these suits, also known as OX suits, are only for launch, re-entry, and emergencies. We'll talk more a little bit about that later, but in the meantime, let's head back to look at the launch pad and where the astronauts are now making their way closer and closer to the SLS and the Orion capsule. Welcome back and welcome folks who are just tuning in now to the AP live stream of NASA's Artemis II launch back around the moon. I'm Kyle Marian Viterbo with Associated Press. I don't know how excited you are right now watching what's on the screen. I am watching it with you. You know, the Artemis II flight crew is now just outside of the Orion capsule. They're suited up, they've got their helmets on. It is feeling very real. There are questions right now in the YouTube chat, like when is this actually launching? Just so you know, the launch window still is going to open at 6:24 p.m. ET, and we'll have 2 hours from that point for them to launch. Oop, I see one of the astronauts just waving, and I think it looks like they're going to head in soon. Thumbs up from them. This is really great. Okay, so I just wanted to catch you guys up a little bit on the spacesuits that they are wearing to go into space. I mean, this is part of their test flight mission, is to test out how well these spacesuits perform in deep space. So we're gonna throw it now to AP video journalist Mary Conlin's footage. She actually got a chance to go behind the scenes to see how Orion's spacesuits were engineered. So let's take a look alongside the astronauts hopping into the Orion capsule.
There is no part store in space to go fix things, so it must be right when it leaves here. My role is project manager and system manager for the Orion Crew Survival System. I've been working on Orion since 2005. We use all acronyms here at NASA all the time, and so it's OCSS. One day we realized it kind of spells ox, so we just call it the ox, and we call it the ox suit. This is an engineering lab, and so it's kind of weird. While we have this lab, we also have, you know, people are people. You got to wash your clothes, and it's the same with spacesuits. We wash them, we have drying racks, we do our own sewing, we do our own glue work. The main thing about the Orion spacesuit is it's designed to keep the crew safe not only at launch and landing, but if something were to go wrong while you're in transit to the moon or in lunar orbit, they're designed to sustain you for that full duration of return. So they become your own personal-sized spacecraft that can last up to 6 days. In effect, the spacesuit is a body-shaped balloon that holds your personal atmosphere. That is in the past, that is in the current, that will be in every spacesuit in the future. Now, in Apollo, that suit was built for launch, for landing, for survival, and for the mission on the moon itself. With Orion, we're not trying to build a jack-of-all-trades suit. When we walk on the surface, that also will have a purpose-built suit that does that one job and one job only. If everything goes to plan, we will wear them for launch. We will doff the suits, meaning take them off. That's our cool NASA word for takeoff. And then we will don the suits just prior to re-entry. Now, if things were to go unplanned, we've designed them so that they can put their full ensemble on, not just the suit, but all the gear underneath that makes the suit do what it has to do within an hour. So it's kind of weird. You're hooked up effectively to a hose. We were all a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of attaching directly up to the vacuum of space, and so this gives us a barrier in between that we can fill it and we can cycle it as it fills up. It continuously allows for the dumping of urine into space. The phenomena that happens is it instantly turns to ice, and then over time that ice turns to gas. It's going to be a protein shake, for lack of better terminology, but a straw is inserted in here. As the straw is inserted, it seals on an O-ring before it opens the flapper inside that allows it to penetrate through. So the seal is never broken. And then, you know, it's off on the side of the head for visibility's sake, but the helmet rotates, so I can rotate it to be at my mouth location when I want to drink or take medicine as well. We actually worked with the racing industry quite a bit. We had partnerships with NASCAR, with Indy. So not only is the suit custom to you, but the seat's customized around you, just like a race car driver would have. Keep in mind, when you're under a parachute coming in from lunar trajectories, it is a very, very difficult situation. Every landing is effectively a controlled crash. That's why the suit is soft without hard components.
Splashdown.
Every last detail is so critical. There will be something we overlook. It's impossible for me to say there is no possible case we haven't thought of. But everything that we've learned, I hope we've done justice to those lessons of applying it here, that we give the crew the best possible chance of survival in any circumstance. We're about to do something we haven't done in 50 years, and we're about to do it in a new way, and it is so inspiring to be part of it.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, I just want to do a quick recap of the Orion crew survival system, the OX suits. They're worn during the riskiest parts of the flight, so that's launch and re-entry. They're not designed for moonwalking because astronauts for Artemis IV will be the ones who will doing the moonwalking 2 years from now, hopefully, with specifically designed suits. If Orion ever lost pressure, each suit could help provide breathable atmosphere for a few days. And on Artemis II, the crew will test how fast they can suit up, pressurize, strap in, and even eat or drink through the helmet port. All right, so before we take a little break, I've got another trivia question for you. Here's your next one. If you've been paying attention, you will answer this really well, I think. Here's the question. In an emergency, how long can the Orion crew survival system help provide a breathable atmosphere if Orion loses pressure? So here's that question again. In an emergency situation, how long can the Orion crew survival system, the OX suit, help provide a breathable atmosphere in space if Orion loses pressure? What is your guess? Chime in on the chat if you can. 3, 2, 1. The answer is 6 days. The OX suits are able to protect and support the astronauts for 6 whole days if the Orion capsule loses pressure for any reason. That is one of the suit's safety features that NASA plans to test on this test flight, Artemis II. All right, folks, we'll be back, and let's take a look at the astronauts suiting, or well, they're already suited, but they're now like strapping in to the Orion capsule. So let's take a look at that, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Just the ambient, just
Folks, just a little bit of a weather update while we watch the NASA flight crew strap in and wait inside the Orion capsule. It's looking like in Titusville, where they will be launching from, rain is coming in. It's a little bit gray, but that is not an issue right now because they expect that weather pattern to be out of there and heading west by launch time. So 2 hours from 6:24 PET until when that launch window closes, gives them plenty of time to sit out this weather. So things are still looking very hopeful. Now, if you're watching along with me where the astronauts are still strapping in, they're like getting things checked out, soon the hatch will be sealed and the teams will then begin going through their safety checks. Let's talk about 2 features built into this mission that most people might not know about. Okay, first, I have here again, like general photo of the SLS rocket. At the very top, the astronauts will actually be sitting up here in the Orion capsule, pretty far up in the rocket. But at the very top, this little pointy thing, that is actually the Launch Abort System, or LAS. This is the emergency escape system. So if something goes wrong early in the flight, its job is to pull the crew capsule away from the rocket as fast as possible. It is there for the worst case moments and exists for one reason. That is to protect the crew. After normal ascent, all things going well, NASA jettisons it about 3 minutes and 18 seconds after liftoff. So it does go away along with the lower parts of the rocket after that trip towards the orbit. Now, the next thing that I wanted to talk about is the Earth orbit check. So this is happening after launch, okay? After liftoff, right? Artemis II does not actually head straight for the moon. The crew will spend the first day in Earth orbit right here, close enough that if anything is wrong with life support, communications, or any major system, they can come home safely. They will test basics like drinking water, the toilet, which in this Orion capsule, which is much bigger than the Apollo capsule, they'll actually have a toilet where they could close the door. Apparently that is like a very special thing and they're very excited about it. They will be testing the basics, so like the toilet and the system that removes carbon dioxide from the cabin air. And only after those checkouts will they light the engine burn that sends Orion towards the moon. NASA calls that the translunar injection, or TLI. This is the burn that will send Orion, the Orion spacecraft, on its moon-bound path. So, fun fact, Orion's launch abort system can go from 0 to 405 miles per hour in 2 seconds. In a launch emergency, that tower on top of the capsule is designed to yank the crew away from the rocket real fast. All right, we're gonna take another break and we're gonna keep an eye on our Orion capsule there and also at the weather. In the meantime, here is your next trivia question. Now, the Apollo missions brought 24 American men around the moon. 12 of them landed on its lunar surface. Your question is, with Artemis, which crew member will be the first Canadian to fly around the moon? This is pretty easy, you guys, if you've been watching, I don't know. But chime in on the comments, or maybe chime in with who your favorite astronaut ever is. Share that in the comments as well. But this is your trivia question one more time. The Apollo missions brought 24 American men around the moon. 12 of them landed on its lunar surface. And with Artemis, which crew member will be the first Canadian to fly around the moon? And the answer is Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. So Artemis II will be his first space flight ever and the first time a Canadian and a non-American flies around the moon. All right, folks, we'll be right back again and we'll keep watching the astronauts as they're laid down, getting ready for launch. We'll see you soon.
But he does music for the audience, so he still gets to do things. And then a a guy that's now retired, but worked for my dad for a while, who was in Orlando as one and did a lot with boy bands, and also did several of the CNC Music Factory albums. But he got the hell out when the whole boy band industry collapsed. So it's like he was around all the sketchy shit, and it's like, this shit be sketchy, and bailed right before the whole house of cards came falling down. And then went to the tire industry for the next 20 years. Yeah. I'm older than I look.
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome back to the AP's live stream of the NASA Artemis II launch back around the moon. I don't know if you guys are getting chills just like we are here in the studio. They're starting to seal the crew inside of Orion. It's feeling very real. The teams on the ground will be finishing up the exterior closeout. We'll continue watching, but right now I want to introduce you to a special friend joining me now to talk about the crew and the things that they have to do on board the Orion capsule. Is NASA Solar System Ambassador and the Intrepid Museum's producer of public programs, Alicia Siegel. Welcome, Alicia.
Thank you so much.
So I want to ask you first, right? We've talked about this amazing crew, also the fact that there are actually a lot of other astronauts that had been training for Artemis. Can you tell us a little bit about why this team was chosen?
Absolutely. So this is a very specially hand-selected team, of course. This is a huge mission. This is the first time we are sending people back to the moon in over 50 years.
Right.
It is monumental. We are, creating this rocket out of parts that we've recycled from the shuttle program, of course, and it's an exciting opportunity for all of us to really see ourselves in the mission as well. So they've hand-selected these people. They are all extremely accomplished astronauts. 3 of them are former military.
Right.
All of them except one have actually flown to space before, which might sound like a little bit of a surprise to you. But I can walk you through it here. So we've got Reed Wiseman, the commander. He actually was the former head of the NASA astronaut office, a lot of experience. We've also got Victor Glover, the pilot. He himself was on the Crew 1 mission for SpaceX. He's done a number of spacewalks. He's been spent time on the ISS. Christina Cook also, she actually has the record for the woman who's been in space the longest at about 11 months. She also has performed something like 6 spacewalks, I believe, herself. And then we've got the Canadian on board. We've also got Jeremy Hansen, who is the one that hasn't been to space before. What an amazing first trip,
Oh my
though,
gosh,
right?
what a deal.
But he also has a ton of experience with the Canadian Air Force. He also participated in the CAVES mission, which is an underground simulation mission, as well as the NEMO mission, which is underwater as well. So all of these people are experts in their fields. This particular mission, they always select them to kind of fit what the mission profile is. And this particular mission is all about testing out the hardware here. So the Orion capsule, Artemis I, we saw it do this whole trajectory, go around the moon and come back. This is really a shakedown mission for it now with humans on board.
So this idea of a test flight, I mean, they're for real going to space, they're for real going around the moon. What does a test flight mean for Artemis II? Like, are there special things that they have to do inside the capsule while in space?
The biggest thing is now we have, like you said, humans on board, right? During Artemis I, they had what they called moonikins. So they were mannequins that had sensors all over their bodies. They even had one that was female, you know. And so they had sensors about everything. They had sensors all throughout the capsule to make sure everything was just as it should be in terms of the life support systems. And so now this is the first time we're putting humans on it to actually experience it for themselves. They're now going to be able to report back, did this actually happen? You know, did this actually, are these sensors giving us the accurate data based on our own human perceptions? And that also means they're going to see things with human eyes that we've never seen before with human eyes, the far side of the moon.
Right.
We've sent, you know, robotics around that side before. We've seen many pictures, of course. And now we're actually going to be seeing with very, you know, current cameras, these very high-tech things, we're going to be seeing for the first time areas of the far side of the moon that we've never seen before with human eyes.
So just to catch you guys up, like this is a little illustration of the moon. The Artemis II mission, depending on when they launch, will be heading out to space about 4,000 to 6,000 miles outside, like beyond the moon. Is that right?
That's right. So the trajectory, actually, this is a great photo here. The trajectory here is they're going to be launching, obviously, hopefully at 6:24 today or within the window, which gives us a couple of hours. And then they'll actually be going around the Earth first. So they're going to be doing things, testing out, again, are we okay to go? Are we okay to actually go out that way? They're testing out the systems inside of the spacecraft. They're also, Victor Glover, the pilot, is actually going to be doing a maneuver where he separates and kind of goes around to connect again, which we'll, of course, be testing out for the next mission, which we'll be testing out connecting with our human landing system and everything. But they're going to test everything out, and then once everything is good, they will then do that trajectory out to the moon, which will then loop around and then come back on a free trajectory.
I need to ask you, they're testing things out. They're testing things out like the toilet?
They're testing a lot of things. One of the big things actually is radiation testing.
Okay.
So right now we send people to the ISS all the time, and they have certain shielding. They know, you know, the amount of radiation that the human body is getting when they're going to the ISS. Now they're going much, much, much further.
Right.
So they need to make sure that the radiation is safe enough, you know, the shielding that they do have. And they've got some, you know, if they find that there's a solar flare or something like that, they do have some extra shielding that they can, you know, rearrange inside the capsule for themselves.
Yeah, so they actually have to do that in the capsule.
That's right, in their tight little capsule, as you know, you're seeing on screen. So yes, they're testing that out. They're testing out, again, their equipment, their life support systems, and life support, yes, the toilet. This fun fact, this is actually the furthest that a usable actual toilet system will be going into space. Previously in the Apollo missions and prior, they used what they called maximum absorbency garments, aka diapers. And
I love that name, maximum absorbency.
But they actually have a fully functioning toilet system
with a
in
door
Orion.
to close, so they have privacy.
It's a tight capsule, so they'll have some sort of privacy, but not a ton, not as much as the ISS.
I mean, it sounds like they've spent so much time together. They're probably
they're probably pretty tight at this point. Not gonna lie, and you probably also won't see that streamed on air either. But that's a system, and then also, of course, their suits that they're currently in and getting pressurized in right now. Those are also like mini space craft as well. They can actually support them for up to 6 days.
Right.
And so they have their own kind of system for that.
So we have a little bit of time left. I think my last question for you, you mentioned this to me and I'd love to share it with people, but the flight crew preparing for the moon, they actually have their own traditions?
Oh, yes.
What were some of the ones that we saw today?
So the space program in general, ever since the Mercury era, they have had a number of traditions that have just sort of been built up over the years, and now with SpaceX also having their own commercial crew program with NASA and everything, they've also added a few others. So things happen like at the start of the day, they'll get up, they'll have a breakfast. It's a nice breakfast. In the early days, they had steak and eggs, so very nice big. What they like to say is a low residue diet. So in other words, you can interpret what that means. And then speaking of the toilet, and then after that, they'll get suited up in the suit up room, as you saw also earlier. The seats that they sit in for crew, Dragon ones anyway, they put their mission sticker on it. As they walked out of the ONC checkout building, that you might have seen all the stickers kind of around the door frame there, so they'll always put their mission patch on that. You might have also seen earlier they were playing a card game, so that's a tradition that also started, I believe, during the Gemini program. It's called Possum Fargo is what they call it.
Okay.
It's their own little system of a card game, but essentially they're trying to get the bad luck out early.
Okay.
So the commander has to lose. They want to get I believe the lowest card, and so they play with the crew that are there, and then they need to lose. Once they lose, they can go. The bad luck is gone.
Amazing.
And then they drive to the pad. They often have a playlist that they listen to. When they get out, they'll maybe lean back and look up at the rocket. That's always something we look for as well. And then once they go up, signing that wall, which we also saw them too, which I wasn't sure if they were going to do because, again, this is the first time we have a crewed mission for this particular rocket. But yep, they did it, and hopefully they'll use that same piece that they used for future ones as well.
That is amazing. Alicia, thank you so much for joining the AP today and our friends here on the YouTube channels and YouTube chat. Folks, I believe we'll get a chance to see a little bit more of the astronauts while they're just preparing to launch. But before we head to break, here is your next trivia question. Some of you have already answered it in the YouTube chat. How many unique menu items does NASA say are on the Artemis II menu? Do you have any idea? Do you have any guesses?
Well, am I allowed to say it out loud?
Well, not the real answer. Okay.
We've had they have a lot of different types of food, but they have to have lots of options to make sure that they are sustained and it's healthy. And Christina Cook actually said, they told her you can't have mac and cheese every single day. So you got to, change it up a bit. But there's a lot.
There's a lot. Okay, so the answer, how many unique menu items does NASA say are on the Artemis II menu? The answer is 189. 189, because with no refrigerator or resupply, the food has to be shelf stable and easy to prepare inside Orion. Is it 50 tortillas?
58 tortillas,
58.
I read.
Okay.
Actually, do I have time to tell you a quick story about that?
Okay,
we gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go. But thank you so much for spending time with us,
Sure,
Alicia, and we'll see you guys in the chat. folks, we are still watching the closeout crew do their final checks outside of the Orion capsule, and I know some of you, just like me in the chat, are really loving their outfits. I mean, I kind of want my own closeout crew suit. So we're 2.5 hours out until the launch window opens. Crowds are gathering to witness NASA's historic return to the moon in person. Florida Today actually quoted local authorities earlier this week who said they're bracing for close to 500,000 people. We don't know yet how many are actually out there in Titusville, but it's a very exciting moment. I know you guys can feel it at home too. A little bit about the weather. I'm sure you guys are seeing the scenes right now. It's a little bit gray out there. Wind is coming off of the ocean and blowing onshore. NASA is monitoring the speed of this wind, all right? The concern here is in case of an emergency abort early in flight, these winds would shove the capsule towards a landing on land, not in the Atlantic as designed. So they'll want to hold and avoid that. We might see a bit more of a hold for when we actually get a launch out, but we'll keep you updated as we learn more. Now, Space View Park has a direct view of the launch pad, and that's where AP video journalist Cody Jackson is hanging out with spectators. Let's head over there and just take a look at the viewing party. Thank you to AP's Cody for the views of Titusville. Friends, here is a fun fact for you. Depending on liftoff day, Artemis II could set a record for the farthest distance any human has ever traveled from Earth. The current mark is 248,655 miles, which was set by Apollo 13 in 1970. And the exact Artemis II distance will completely depend on launch day and time. Now, some of you may have seen this Lego in front of me being built very slowly. I may need more time, you guys. Any Lego folks in the chat with their own Artemis kit, please chime in. I might need your support here. So we're gonna take another break and just give you the views of Florida. In the meantime, here is your next trivia question. It looks like some people have already started to answer this, about how close will Artemis II come to the lunar surface during the flyby? It looks like we've got answers here in the chat. About 51% have answered 4,000 to 6,000 miles, and you are correct. To Artemis II astronauts, the moon will look about the size of a basketball held at arm's length. That's how close they'll be to the moon. All right, so we'll be back. I'm gonna keep building this Lego, and hopefully we'll see the full SLS here at the end of our stream. See you in a bit.
It's too close to take a picture of the wrong one, of the bridge. Oh, I meant all the people that are out on Max Brewer. Alright, I have a person set. Kind of.
I wish we had the Uno card. That would be There's a little bit of a mess in here, but it's dry. So.
We woke up.
Is it time yet?
You missed it.
Oh, yeah. They'll be it.
You slept right through it.
How are we doing?
On time yet. At least that was the last I heard. We'll see. from where?
Maryland. But originally from India, but
Oh, from India. Okay, all right. Okay.
we've been living here for.
Okay.
You're up in Maryland.
Yeah.
I did tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, but the accent wasn't from native Maryland. How long have you been in the country? Oh, really? Okay.
We've been to Kennedy Space Center like twice before.
Yeah.
This time.
Yeah.
Every time we were like, we couldn't get our timing right for the launches.
Oh.
And this time is, keeping fingers crossed. So we did see our first one 2 days ago with the Propellant.
Oh, really? Oh, did you? Here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we were at the, Monday, we were at the Kennedy Space Center.
Oh,
They had a viewing area
sure,
outside.
yes, yeah.
So we did spend the whole day and the evening.
So there was a launch then.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
SpaceX
nice.
launch.
That's nice.
It was super nice. Yeah. To be able to see that. But again, nothing compared to this. Woke up too early. I'm like, I don't have my phone. I don't know what time it is.
Boy. Boy, you're really old school, aren't you?
Yeah.
Jeez. Wow.
Yeah, Bullets 8mm.
Is it 8mm? I was wondering whether it was 16 or 8.
Yeah, it's an HA. Yeah.
Okay.
Can't afford the 816.
Yeah. Wow. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, beautiful camera.
Yeah. How long have you been using it?
Actually, just got it this year.
Oh, did you?
Yes, this is my first time using it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I've shot 8mm before on the much more simple cameras.
Yeah. Wow. I hadn't seen one like that in a long time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the 816s have become really popular again, like making stuff.
Okay.
Like short films. but
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, are you in your shot? So. Yeah. Nice. Wow. Cool. So what lenses are on that?
So these ones are they're not the millimeters gonna sound a little weird. 36mm, 12.5,
Oh, okay. So, okay. Yeah.
It's just the equivalent of maybe a set.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. So what do you do with it when you?
So actually, I mostly before I got this, I got like actual feature films and stuff on 6
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, neat.
But so I have like photo projects and try to become like some stuff.
Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. So. All right. Yeah. I was just there. There's an organization called the Florida Camera Club Council. Yeah. So I run the camera club that's in the villages. Yeah. So the F3C is an organization of all of the camera clubs in Florida. Yeah. Have you been to what is it in Tampa, the Florida Photography Museum? I don't think that's the right way. It's in Yarborough. Yeah, in the city. It's really a cool place. Yeah. So that's always a cool place to go and see some of the. I don't know. I can't remember. I just got the email some time ago what the latest exhibit is.
Smoke billowing out. Ooh, smoke is starting to billow out from the SLS. It feels alive out there. Just so you know, you guys, we are looking out for the weather. Weather is one of the biggest factors for any launch. Did you know NASA's weather team is not just watching the pad, they also watch the flight path and the broader area around it about 10 nautical miles away, because weather matters for both ascent and any emergency response. The Space Coast seems to be heaving right now with excitement. Genuinely, I wish I could be there. We're gonna go back to the AP's longtime space reporter, Marcia Dunn, who, by the way, has covered 124 astronaut launches in her career. She'll update us on what things are feeling like at the Kennedy Space Station.
Marcia Dunn, AP Aerospace correspondent, back with you from the Kennedy Space Center here atop the AP offices. We are under 2 hours until the planned liftoff, the opening of the window for the Artemis II crew, NASA's first trip with astronauts to the moon in more than 50 years. We've got the rocket right out there with astronauts on board, ready to fly. Now you can tell by my hair it's a little windy out here right now. Some clouds up in the sky. The main concern right now is the wind, because the wind seems to be coming off the ocean and coming onto shore, blowing this way, which it would not be good in an emergency abort situation in which the capsule has to blow off the rocket and try to come down. This capsule is designed to land in water, not land, so you certainly don't want the winds blowing the capsule and the four crew back to shore. You want it going out into the Atlantic. But that's a small chance. NASA's monitoring the speed of those winds, the clouds, maybe some rain still ahead, but so far so good, and NASA's sticking with an 80% forecast. The vibe right now, more and more people seem to be just swarming this place. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands at the Space Center alone, not to mention the nearby beaches, along the shorelines, the roads. This 10-day flight promises lots of things. The first 25 hours, the crew will be in Earth orbit, checking out their capsule before TLI, trans-lunar injection, something NASA has not done with a crew since 1972 in Apollo 17. That will shoot the astronauts 4 days out to the moon. They hang a U-turn. They're going to be on the back side for 6 hours as they go around past the moon, around the backside, coming back, and NASA promises that if the lighting is right, they will be seeing things that the Apollo astronauts never saw with their own eyes. There's also a possibility of a total solar eclipse that they'll catch. In any event, great mission. Fingers crossed for launch today. Back to you, Cal.
That is AP's Marcia Dunn. Thank you, Marcia. Now, I am seeing the chat, and some of you are saying, look, the views of that water is looking mighty still right now. Hang on. First of all, we're talking about an SLS rocket that is one of the largest rockets to be launching from NASA, and it is about the size of the Statue of Liberty. I think someone estimated about 38 stories high, something like that. The SLS rocket is 322 feet. That is a lot of material to catch wind. So, you know, there is a reason why NASA is keeping a close eye on the weather, especially the wind patterns right now. Friends, before we send you back to the view of the rocket, here's your next trivia question, and I see some people have already started answering it. I think we're close to 2,000 votes here. The question is, under NASA's current 2026 plan, right, which Artemis mission is going to be the first planned lunar landing? Under NASA's current 2026 plan, which Artemis mission is the first planned lunar landing? And the answer is not 6, 7. It is actually Artemis 4. I had to do it. I'm sorry. NASA moved Artemis 3 to an Earth orbit docking test mission, so that's going to be the next one next year, and now targets the first planned lunar landing for Artemis 4 in 2028. We'll be back and enjoy the views.
days where you start it and then you go and you sit down and you're watching it. Like, no,
I'm always.
It is. You always know what you're doing. That's what I like about it. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Emergency kill switch. Well, that's kind of cool. That is, boy, that is. No, that is. So, oh, yeah.
I'm hoping to try and write one to like. They weren't trying to pull me off. Starting like
Sure.
And it's so big all throughout.
So, so any particular genres you like to produce, or?
Politics is tough right now.
Yeah.
A lot of my films like I have things ranging. I have like from all the way to like Battleship Protection.
Okay.
Yeah, it's whole range.
All right.
It's unfortunate. A lot of times
Don't necessarily.
And something
Usually only one side that wants to express their opinion.
Okay. I have like a friend that's side member.
Sure.
You always want some balance.
Black and white. It's like
I certainly can
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to put my words out there, you know, yeah, I mean, like, especially, like, in
Yeah. Now we're going to get
you know, the good thing is we can get voices from different states. So, you know, it's like where I live, we're only going to get red. You go like Atlanta, you're going to get blue. So we can use the matches that way. So,
oh really?
I just know like, where I live, I don't have many. I wish there was a good like university campus that you go to. Because like I feel like college kids are more outspoken and they're more willing to get to but you know, instead of going to Republic, maybe doing women shopping, you know.
don't bother me. No, don't bother me.
Palm
ça monte avec du à côté.
Welcome back to the AP's live stream of NASA's Artemis II launch back around the moon. I'm Kyle Marion Viterbo here with you guys for what could be 6 to 8 hours. We'll see. It is now just under an hour and 30 minutes to go until the launch window opens for 2 hours when the crew can safely lift off. A major milestone in the stretch, if you guys are watching the closeout crew here, will be when the pad is clear and the last of the closeout crew leave this bridge. And then the Artemis crew will be on their own inside Orion. In the meantime, let's talk about the incredible machine that is the Artemis II astronaut, let me say that again. Let's talk about the incredible machine that the Artemis II astronauts are sitting on top of, the SLS stack here. I was going to show you the Lego version that we're trying to build, but I'm not done yet. But we'll discuss the SLS stack here. These are the 3 big pieces that you need to know. The first one is the core stage here, the big orange tank in the middle. It carries liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen to feed the 4 RS-25 engines at the base. Next, we have the solid rocket boosters, or the SRBs. Those are the 2 white rockets that you'll see on the sides. They help shove the vehicle off the pad, then separate a little over 2 minutes after liftoff. And finally, the special part of the spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft, which the crew rides in. This is in the capsule here at the very top. And just below it is the European service module, the section over here, which provides the main propulsion once the mission is on its way. I don't know if you guys remember, but the SLS first launched on Artemis I on November 2022 without a crew. Artemis II is the rocket's second flight and the first with astronauts on board. So we're gonna go back to keep watching. It looks like the last of the closeout crew will be leaving soon. Here's your next trivia question before the break. Here's a question. If lightning is seen within 10 nautical miles of the flight path for Artemis II, how long does NASA wait before launching? Now it looks like we've got some folks who've already answered in the YouTube chat. We're looking at around over 2,000 votes now, and most people have answered hold for 30 minutes. The answer is yes, they will hold for at least 30 minutes unless very specific extra weather conditions are met. All right, we're gonna keep watching the crew and hoping for the best that the weather holds up, and we'll see you soon. 10 seconds. Cool. Welcome back to AP's live stream of NASA's Artemis II launch. I'm Kyle Marian Viterbo. A little weather update from AP's Marcia Den. Now I know that you guys can see a little bit of our live views from Titusville. It looks like it's getting sunny, so maybe that is a good sign there. But again, we're looking at the wind. A weather update from AP's Marcia Dunn. She said, still feisty weather out there being reported, rain nearby. But again, we still have a wide window of opportunity for safe liftoff between 6:24 p.m. ET and 8:24 p.m. ET. And I know you guys are watching that countdown clock with me. That is a countdown clock that is now under an hour to when that window, that launch window, will open up. And then from there, there's 2 hours that the team can launch safely into space. So we're keeping our fingers crossed here. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed while the Artemis crew were sitting inside the Orion capsule, just a reminder who is in there. We have Commander Reed Wiseman, we have the pilot Victor Glover, we have mission specialist Christina Cook, and also Canadian mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. I don't know if you noticed, but it might have looked like Commander Reed was even taking notes with a pen, writing with his gloves on. That was pretty neat. And if you also noticed, one of the flight crew's shoes were peeking out. If you took a close look, their soles towards the heel actually has a quick release metal component that locks them into the seat. And if they need to, they can quickly unlock by rotating their feet inward. So that was really neat to see up close accidentally. We are moving towards the second built-in hold for this launch. This is the 30-minute pause that begins around L-40 minutes. This is when the team, the NASA team, leads will go around the room with their final go or no-go calls. So that's when they're going to poll all the different teams that are contributing to this launch. But before we see that, let's visit AP video journalist Ming-Sun Lau at a Philadelphia Artemis II watch party, where space enthusiasts and some experts have gathered together for this historic event.
Hello, Hector. Can you tell us where we are and what's going on today?
Well, this is actually Elkins Park, PA, and what's going on? We are celebrating that we are going back to the moon, finally. Well, at least that we are practicing to go back to the moon, but that's what we're doing here. We do the watch party, the Artemis.
And how would you describe the atmosphere here?
Oh, super amazing. The kids loving it. We are actually educating the community about this amazing milestone that the NASA is doing, and of course, the new beginning of a new space era.
What would you say most everybody is looking forward to tonight?
Excuse me?
What would you say everybody is looking forward to tonight?
Well, here the people want to, see the launch of the rocket. They want to learn more about astronomy. They actually want to connect as a community. And of course, to be together as a community and learn about all this and celebrate this new milestone that is happening with NASA.
How long has this watch party been in the works?
Yeah, how long? So we are here today from 4 p.m. Until 10:30 p.m. It's full moon. We want to watch the full moon too. So we have different activities planned for today.
And tell me about the group that helped organize this event. Why was it important for you guys to host this?
Yeah, so we are like Elkins Park Sky Watchers, so we are part of the NASA Night Sky Network. Our work is to communicate and to educate the community in terms of astronomy and education. So the NASA Night Sky Network sends us resources to teach the community about the space exploration and to show that there's something beyond that. There's something amazing outside. So that's what we're trying to do right now.
You've been working on this for the last few months. What kind of emotions are you feeling right now?
Finally, because the first time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally, it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
And is there anything specific that you guys are hoping this mission will accomplish?
Oh yes, so we want to accomplish, of course, the first thing is educate our community. Of course, bring this seed of discovery to the kids. Who knows, after this party, we're gonna have future astronauts, future, astrobiologists, So we trying to make this unforgettable life for the community, and of course, expose how we love the space and how we are into astronomy here.
And that was my last question. Was there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just want to say thank you to the NASA Night Sky Network to support us in these ideas. Thank you to the whole community to be here today. This is amazing, all this love that we receive from the community. And we can't wait to see what's going to happen in 10 years. So what type of accomplishment we are going to receive after this new mission that we are actually completing today. So we are in the race now. America is back. So we are going back to the moon. We are going to Mars. So this is actually something that's very exciting for everybody here.
Thank you, Hector.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, folks, we have a little bit of an update for you related to launch. It looks like the weather is looking much better. We are now at 90% go, so that's good. However, the crew right now, the NASA teams are looking at a battery issue, it looks like, with 52 minutes remaining in the countdown. NASA's Daryl Nail reported that one of 2 batteries in the rocket's launch abort system is not displaying the proper temperature. The launch team is scrambling to determine whether a sensor is at fault here or whether the battery itself is faulty. But NASA cannot proceed past the 6-minute mark unless they are confident in the battery's operation. So we're going to keep a close look at this. Marcia Dunn, again, at the AP down in Cape Canaveral, is reporting on everything, so we'll keep you up to date. But at the moment, the team is working on everything. The countdown will continue, so no pauses yet. And fingers crossed, this 2-hour window is a pretty big window for them to try and launch still. So we'll see, and we'll update you when we know more. In the meantime, I wanted to ask if you guys have noticed yet. If you take a look at the boosters, you will spot an America 250 emblem. NASA added it to the twin solid rocket boosters to mark the United States 250th anniversary this year. All right, one more trivia question before our break. I know some of the people in the YouTube chat have already started answering this, and it looks like you guys know it. What ocean does the Orion capsule splash down in after the Artemis II mission? Again, the question is, what ocean does the Orion capsule splash down in after the Artemis II mission? And the answer, just like nearly 67% of the folks in the chat have said, it is the Pacific Ocean. So NASA and the US Navy will recover the capsule in the Pacific Ocean just off of San Diego after parachutes slow it down to about 17 miles per hour when they come back after their trip. All right, we'll see you in a bit. Folks, I'm hopping back in because there is a lot going on right now and we don't want you to miss any of it. So we're actually going to send you over to the NASA hosted live stream, and we'll have our teams reporting on any updates as well. So you could follow that on apnews.com, sign up for alerts if you need it. But in the meantime, we're going to throw you over to the NASA hosted live stream to get a better idea of how they're handling some of the battery issues and any other last minute updates as we get closer and closer to T-minus 30.
Crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis II is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis II is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals
and CDR entity
to achieve them.
And so Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L- time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the moon board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So, our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast. But the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path that's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out the spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again. And then they will, it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now, the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the Proximity Operations Demonstration. And this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it, and the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is, again, going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, all right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis II crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles, and so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launched, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis II crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis II crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis II astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis II astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis II crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis II crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon, to go around. I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure it's somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis II.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable. I'm telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck again and again by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion Program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center, the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go, right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Panakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen STEM.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go, and right over here.
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3. Go
Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring to see. I mean, wow, yeah, that was great. I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission is amazing. And I'm sure this was something that really rang true and resonated with NASA's Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, to see the workforce come together to do the work and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other viewing locations.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch. And now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Center, Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis II set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis II is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis IV in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here, bring our crew back, learn as much as we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, you know, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis II know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis II, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
250 years ago, 13 colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers, invented tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark, and we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the cosmos, and we planted the American flag on the moon, the defining achievement of American superiority in space. Today, our curiosity stretches farther than ever. American robots search ancient rivers on Mars. New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars. And a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried the light of humanity forward. But American exceptionalism isn't inherited, it's earned. Our greatness comes not only from what we've done, but what we're still determined to discover. Because in every era, across every horizon, America is at its best when it's reaching for something greater. America celebrates 250 years, and we are leading the world into the future.
22 minutes, 15 seconds and counting from Artemis II, NASA's boldest test flight in a generation. The crew has said this often, that they hope it inspires children around the world. And recently, a group of kids here at Kennedy Space Center got a surprise of a lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad.
So tell me what color it is. Orange. And who's going to be on that rocket?
We're going to be on that rocket.
We're going to be on that rocket.
I can make it a little bit longer. Did you see it? Okay, so everybody's looking at the rocket because it is kind of cool and impressive. One of the coolest things happening over there right now, though, is it's on top of a giant tractor.
Doesn't all food come in like tubes? It's in these like little plastic bags. You have to like rehydrate it. Sushi. There's not. I haven't seen sushi in space. It's probably hard to keep that back.
Constructed sushi mashed together.
My favorite part was this one little girl, she had a question. She had patiently held her hand for a long time, and Christina turns to her and says, okay, what's your question? She just goes, I forgot. It was like, that's a perfect little kid moment. I just love it.
Wait, are you my mother's cartoon astronauts?
What? Say that again?
Never mind. It's a little hard to say. Go Artemis!
These two? Yeah. Put it on your hand. Look at this one. Yeah. There you go. I like your dabbing astronaut back there.
It's just so fun to see the enthusiasm, the energy, and a little bit of chaos.
3, 2, 1.
Wasn't that so cute?
I love kids and their excitement and, you know, even just being real. Like, I don't remember what I was
I know,
gonna
he
ask.
goes, but I'm glad you're here. Now here we are, Space Center Houston. The crowd has exponentially grown throughout the day. We started showing you live shots from in there probably an hour ago. And now take a look at all the people there getting ready to witness history together. It's something really special to be able to witness something like this together.
Yeah, you know, we've heard from celebrities and officials and kids, and, you know, it's amazing. People from all around the world came here today to Florida to watch, so it's something, it's hard to put into words, just how much support for this mission we're seeing today. And
great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
Yes, it's exciting.
U.S. Space and Rocket Center here, Huntsville, Alabama, waving to the Artemis II crew sitting right there inside Orion. Inside of 20 minutes from the opening of our launch window, and right now we are targeting the top of that launch window, so we could be launching here in about 19 minutes, Nicole.
Wow, I don't know if I expected this today. I'm excited, and you know, I'm glad they were able to clear the problem with the battery on the LAS, and everything has gone really smoothly today. It's been great. The weather cleared up. It's a beautiful day for a launch.
And so now, as we are so close to possibly launch now, just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on a mission back to the moon, the first time in more than 50 years?
Yeah, you know, just so proud of the crew and all of the teams here on the ground that made this happen. You know, they are carrying the torch from the Apollo era into the Artemis era. And, you know, it's the crew likes to say they want to be the shoulders that the next generation
And let's see, GLS, can you help us with that, please?
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can climb on.
001.
I think it's in their patch. We're going for all. It's in the name of their capsule, integrity, representing humility, and the professionalism of everyone that got them there today. So proud of them. We love them. We're excited for them, and we cannot wait to see what they see.
Just leveraging everything we've learned so far as an agency, taking us from Apollo now to the launch pad here, 39B, with Orion and SLS poised to again fly us into the history books. And before we leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations, we just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now about 17 minutes from the opening of our launch window today. And so with that, as we approach terminal count, let's send it back to Daryl Nail in firing room 1. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry. One of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window, and that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch, and these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis I when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds, but you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding. And so now I'm listening to the launch team get ready to merge their operational channel We're now entering one of the most consequential phases of launch day, and that's terminal count, the final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD, N212 for comm check?
Good, comm. Help me.
I hear you the same. STC? GTC?
GTC is on 212.
All right, copy that.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team. There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding the NASA test director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board, no constraints, but we need confirmation from each individual on the NASA test director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L-12 minutes.
CCL, OTC, Orion, RS1.
CCL.
Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valves.
Copy, that's in work.
And CDR, OTC, Orion, RS1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with sea ice and with MER manager regarding the observation the sea ice had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a sea ice or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
GLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes. But we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE OTC. CVSE 400-290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent. Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm. When it should have been between 10 and 13, it is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see, LPE NTD.
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by, let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
Thank you.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, Launch Director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you complete?
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy. Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety Console.
Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your visors and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8, and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE, NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR, NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room. Acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiations verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II. From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies.
Rock copies.
22:35:12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system. And they'll begin arming that shortly. Of course, the launch abort system, great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Weather is 90% go. The range is go. All systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There is a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety
GLS is go for
first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units, high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them shuttle heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Freeling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
friends, I am Kyle Marion Viterbo with Associated Press, watching this historic live stream of NASA Artemis II launch back around the moon for the first time in 53 years. The Artemis II, oh my God, I am emotional. This was insane. I don't know how you guys are feeling back home watching this, but the Artemis II astronauts are now in space. Tears, chills, applauses, they have launched on April 1st. There's also, because they've launched today, the astronauts will get a chance to see a solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. They'll also potentially break the record from Apollo 13 of the farthest distance humans have traveled away from Earth. So everything ran smooth. The sun came out at the right time. It's been incredible watching this historic moment. Just to let you know, the past few minutes, the SLS delivered more than 8.8 million pounds of thrust and put Orion and its crew into space on the rocket's first flight with people aboard. Now, the mission is just getting started. Over the next several hours, NASA will keep raising Orion's orbit and checking systems before the trip around the moon. This is NASA's return to astronaut flights around the moon in more than 50 years. Chills, guys, chills. We are closing up shop here at AP headquarters, but our live stream will continue. And for ongoing coverage of the full 10-day Artemis II mission, from Earth orbit through the lunar flyby and splashdown in the Pacific, head over to apnews.com. We'll be tracking the big milestones all along the way. And of course, you could tune in to NASA's live stream. They're going to be streaming the entire trip, all 10 days, so you can keep watching our astronauts make their way across the night sky. Thank you, folks, for spending this incredible launch day with us. Again, I am Kyle Marion Viterbo with the Associated Press, and tonight, don't forget to take a look at the night sky and that moon wherever you are. Have a great evening, everybody.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
"13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis II mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis II is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis II lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one, too, as soon as the rocket lifted off. Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. We've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. How does that make you feel as someone who, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends?
Yeah, so proud of them. Man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. They are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, and it kind of surprised me as well. But it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along on the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the ETSIDEM.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis II mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity, any words on that momentary prop caution? And Reed, no action. We're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course, the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. Successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone, and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones. Until then, the AOA open option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option, and aboard to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad. Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy. Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Hi, Stan. We copy 1 second earlier for 5126 Tejas east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Readback of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth, they are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee rays burn, that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And Integrity, for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. This is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our arrow visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here. The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying. From this visualization, they look fully stowed in a position.
Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors.
Again, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover overseeing the deployment of the solar arrays. And we'll follow the attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine, the perigee raise maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy. Thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston, Integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy. ATO preferred.
This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. There was also a discussion with Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clocks on the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues, they're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission. 26 minutes of mission elapsed time and counting. This is Mission Control Houston. We're approaching 28 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, we've had a successful liftoff from the pad at 5:35 p.m. and 12 seconds p.m. Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. We've had a good main engine cutoff, core stage separation, and a good trajectory to begin today's mission. Right now, the spacecraft has maneuvered tail to sun. We're standing by for another maneuver to maneuver into the burn attitude. This is where the RL-10 engine of the ICPS is pointed in the correct orientation for the perigee raise maneuver. We did hear confirmation that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition has been confirmed per the pad, which means it was the predicted time prior to liftoff.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Capcom Stan Love reading up to the crew of Integrity. They will switch the navigation source from channel 1, standing by for confirmation that that switch has occurred. Pilot Victor Glover will receive confirmation when, and is at least watching to confirm that that switch has occurred. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that we're heading towards, not too long from now, we're actually inside 20 minutes at this time from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. We did have a successful deployment and latched of all 4 solar array wings. This is the configuration needed to commit to the perigee raise maneuver. Of course, flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston will continue to evaluate that everything is good before committing to that burn. The perigee raise maneuver does raise the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, from 15 to 100 nautical miles. The 100 nautical mile mark is needed to continue in low Earth orbit and hit the target for the apogee raise burn. That will put them in a high Earth orbit for the remainder of the day and set them up for the right position to execute the translunar injection and head to the moon tomorrow. The burn duration of the perigee raise maneuver is 26 seconds. It's a relatively short burn, but it does raise the perigee and do the job to get into the correct position before firing that main engine on the ICPS. The pad had a TDRS handover. This is the tracking and data relay satellites. East to west, they are geosynchronous satellites that are positioned around the globe. And as Orion makes its way around the Earth right now, above the west coast of Africa, at an altitude of about 923 statute miles, and counting. The perigee raise maneuver is not executed at the perigee. It is rather executed on the, actually closer to the apogee. But what it does is it raises the perigee on the other end of the orbit to 100 nautical miles. The 26-second duration burn does not conflict with the time that they've reported of the tracking and data relay satellite handover from TDRS east to west. Again, geosynchronous satellites that are used not only by Integrity today, but the International Space Station as well. That time of handover is 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Plenty of margin before the perigee raise maneuver cutoff happens, and the trajectory is analyzed to see whether it was a good burn. A good burn means that the burn was performed as expected and sets the trajectory on course for that 100 nautical mile perigee target mark. Again, for those sticking with us on NASA Plus and following along on our coverage, we will continue to follow and to cover the mission until, actually, we'll continue to cover the mission 24/7. But we'll wrap up our coverage here shortly. And now that solar array wing deployment has occurred on NASA Plus and Amazon Prime. Again, we will continue coverage 24/7 at the NASA YouTube channel. For those that want to see all of the upcoming milestones, there are select times where we will be coming back to NASA Plus and other streaming platforms. You can go to nasa.gov to find the latest on when to find those activities. Given that this is an operational mission, we do want to make sure that we are maintaining transparency in the mission and providing you all the information on what's happening in space as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen head on their mission around the moon. Inside Integrity at this time, again, the solar array wings have deployed. The Integrity is maneuvering to its burn attitude ahead of the execution of the perigee raise maneuver. Overseeing these steps is primarily done by Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen focusing on some of the system activation inside of Orion, namely the environmental and control and life support systems. The activation and checkout of some of these critical systems are very important to continuing on the mission, making sure that those systems are in a good condition and in a reliable condition to provide the necessary environmental and control needs of the crew with humans on board through the duration of the mission that extends 10 flight days. Standing by for an update to the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition. Should be right up to the crew very shortly.
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
This is Mission Control Houston. With that update, we are approaching a little more than 13 minutes from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. That time updated to be 2 seconds earlier was 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. We'll now move to 49 minutes, 48 seconds. The duration of the burn, that's what was referred to as the TGO, will still remain at 26 seconds. Relatively short duration burn, again, just raises the perigee of the orbit today. Making sure they hit the mark on that time of ignition is the primary concern of Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission Specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen inside activating those environmental control and life support systems. At this time, all 4 crew members are wearing the launch and entry suits.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
And Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90 seconds-ish, maybe.
Pilot Victor Glover confirming that maneuver less than 2 minutes. Again, that the point of that maneuver is to point the main engine of the ICPS, the RL-10 engine, in the proper orientation to execute that 26-second burn. It needs to point in the correct position to achieve the goal of raising the perigee to 100 nautical miles. You heard some of the environmental control system activations over Orion to Earth. Jeremy Hansen activated the O2 sensors. They'll be measuring the cabin of Orion. During all of the activations here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is doing a poll with all flight controllers in the room to see if we are in a go position to go ahead and execute the perigee raise maneuver. Once concluded, Stan Love will report it back up to the crew, and we'll stand by for that.
Integrity Houston, MCC polls go for PRM pending attitude and saws.
Okay, we copy. MCC is go. Maneuver starting.
Minutes of mission elapsed time. The maneuver to the burn attitude has begun. The maneuver also is paired with reorientation of the solar array wings that have been deployed. They will have various positions throughout the duration of the flight. Of course, solar array is meant to maximize the draw of power from the sun. So when deployed, we're in a biased solar array wing configuration that was called solar normal. This allows for the greatest surface area of the solar array wings to be drawing power and powering up those batteries of Integrity, of which a cross-tie was enabled between the 4 batteries, the 4 battery buses that are inside of Orion. However, for the perigee raise maneuver, the solar array wings will be put into a position to take on the loads imparted by the ICPS main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction, those solar array wings being pointed forward. You're getting a live look inside the Artemis II mission flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our 4 astronauts inside Integrity, launching at 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Now again, this room will be occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with flight controllers shifting on 3 shifts to oversee 24/7 operations of Artemis II while in flight. We will cover that live on the NASA YouTube channel, and we'll be covering that around the clock as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus. Before I do want to send it over to our colleagues at the Kennedy Space Center. And to my colleagues, it was a pleasure to join the teams at the Kennedy Space Center and be a part of such a historic launch. Here in Houston, again, we're turning our attention to the mission. And for now, we'll say farewell and thank you to our colleagues there for today's launch coverage. We'll see you again soon for Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, sending it back over to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Thank you, Gary. And yes, it was such a pleasure to be a part of this historic mission that started right here at Kennedy Space Center. It was such an amazing sight to be a part of. And now, as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey, we here at the Kennedy Space Center are about to wrap our broadcast. We'll, of course, though, have 24/7 coverage with our colleagues at Johnson Space Center starting as soon as we sign off, so don't worry. You can follow along our 4 astronauts every minute of their nearly 10-day journey to the moon and back. Nicole, I'll definitely be watching it, and I'm sure you will, too.
Yes, of course. You know, they just started, right? The launch was beautiful. This was a historic day. They're on their way back to the moon for the first time in over half a century, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them, and so we're excited to see what they have to do and excited to test out the Orion spacecraft. This is a test flight after all, and we're excited to see what we can learn from this mission.
Very humbling, inspiring. It was really amazing to be a part of this, and I'm so glad that so many people joined along by either watching here in person or watching online. And of course, Nicole, thank you so much for sitting through this, answering questions, adding so much context and information that really brought a lot out of what we saw today.
Oh man, I had a blast. You're a rock star. You're a professional.
Gosh,
this was great.
Oh, you're great.
So this was a wonderful day.
Well, again, thank you so much, and thank you to you for watching at home. You know, tonight we didn't just launch a rocket, we launched the next chapter of human exploration. Our Artemis II crew now on their way back to the moon, and we're taking you with us. So thank you again for watching, and go Artemis II. All 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights, the card game. The astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew, taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. Now the four of them step into their Astrovan. And off they go. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here, watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view. Everybody configured with their suits, so in we go. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch.
3, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.